What's up, everyone? Finally getting to do my 300 retrospective tonight with the cool table. It should be a good time. I haven't played that intro in a long time on my channel. I forgot how fucking ravey it is with the rave type of metal music. That's fucking fun. So, yeah, tonight we're gonna have some fun talking about the Zack Snyder classic 300, which I got my Blu-ray right here. I believe this was put out in 2007, 2006. Not sure. I'm sure the experts here will know. So let's bring in the first person on the panel, the hashtag man himself, Skiiwalker the Jedi. What's up, bro?
Yo, what's going on, homie? How are you feeling tonight? I'm feeling
Dude,
fantastic.
I am doing good, dude. Had a good little evening with some friends. Went to the Wingstop. Nothing too crazy, but
What the?
I went to
Yo,
Wingstop, dude.
hold on, hold on,
Don't
hold
tell
on,
me.
hold on, hold on. This is about to get spooky because there's something else too, though, right? But
uh,
I did just have Wingstop. Like I literally just had Wingstop, bro.
Tonight.
Had Parmesan tonight, right before coming on screen.
That's where I went to. Me and my wife.
Crazy,
That's
crazy,
crazy.
crazy.
The cool table mindset, dude. Who knows, man? Well, and then we must ask the next person on the panel, the mighty Leon of the New Geeks. What's up, Leon?
Bro, I have Wingstop too. No, I'm just kidding. I
Shut the camera, bro.
That would be too much.
that would be hilarious. We'd have to go play the lottery, literally, if that happened.
Oh no,
But I'm good, bro.
Look, I got one more for y'all too, but I have to kind of save it for like 1 second.
Okay. Let's get into a couple. How many we got on? Some of the regulars in the Still Nation showing up. We got Mads, Marcus, Socks. This would be a good time. But I do not know where the good Austin is. He's probably making videos somewhere, I'm sure, working on something. But
he went to Wingstop.
He went to Wingstop to get his order. That's probably true, Leon. But we do have a special guest. And I hear a spaceship landing out somewhere around the vicinity. And here we go. Here is our special guest, Retro Nerd Girl. Yay!
Hey,
Retro, the super streamer herself.
That's what I was gonna say, Necron. I just finished watching Retro's 300 video right before getting on the screen, and I didn't know she was gonna be on the screen. That's crazy. Me and you had Wingstop, and I just got finished watching Retro, and I had no idea she was gonna be on the stream. I just finished the video.
That's crazy. I just put that video in my watch later list. What? No, I'm just kidding.
Yo,
oh, that's great.
This is wild.
I did not let the rest of the cool table know that Retro was going to be our special guest, so they just found out like you guys. So should be fun. We got Super Bro saying what's up to everyone. What's up, Super Bro? Oh, yep.
Oh yeah, he was on a date with his lady.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll let him slide for that. That's perfectly understandable. Watched 300 with my son way back when. That's a good movie to show your son because the values of it rule, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And we got Super Bowl saying what's up to Marcus. So, I mean, I'm sure most of us in here and in the chat are Zack Snyder fans, and we all seen this movie. But to me, this is probably one of my favorite Zack Snyder movies, 300. And why I think that like touches with me so much personally is because I was a fan of all the sword and sorcery fantasy movies back in the 80s. And this movie kind of reminds me of the spirit of those movies for sure. Like Retro, you're probably familiar with what I'm saying. What do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, it definitely has the same flavor. You can definitely watch this and Conan the Barbarian from 1982 right after each other, and it will give you that same. You'll be in the same vibe, you know. Of speaking of people with codes, with warriors, families. It's not just about slashing it all up, but it is about family. I hate to say that because it seems like a cliche, but at the end of the day, that's what makes a warrior really go after, go into battle, and they fight for family and other families to be able to exist in
Hmm.
happiness. So it made sense to me, that these two movies definitely have that epicness to it, and they definitely both have like incredible scores. They have,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's just, and they have a sense of the surreal. They have incredible villains, and so yeah, I would definitely agree with what you're saying about the sword and sorcery genre.
Because
Uh,
yeah, there's definitely some mysticism and fantasy in it too. It's like, yes, we all know it's based on an actual event, but the movie itself, obviously they took liberties, and that's fine. It's entertainment.
mhm,
But I was like, man, when I remember watching it, I was going like, they don't make movies like this anymore.
yeah,
You know, because
yeah,
all
I
the
mean,
all the dudes were like super ripped.
mhm.
Like manly men, and you don't see that too often in the movies. I mean, yeah, you still get that, but not in the way if they were alpha males too. You know what I
I
mean? In the sense,
Yeah, I can't think of the last movie that actually went there.
yeah,
I really can't think of a movie that recently that just went for all that, except for Zack Snyder and his Justice League. They went
yeah,
for
I was
the
just thinking that.
yeah, he went for the big, all out, like, these are, epic characters, that are
mythical
large,
kind of.
yeah, yeah,
Yes, like
larger than life, gods and
legendary,
yeah,
people.
gods and
Okay,
magic,
hey
yeah.
Leon, what? How does 300 connect with you when you saw it? Like, what were your thoughts when you were first watching it?
When I first started watching it, um, it reminded me of, because I wasn't like incredibly familiar with Zach. I was just getting to know his work through watching like his earlier. I think before 300 he had like Dawn of the Dead. I think was the only one, if I'm not
That's all
mistaken.
the one. That's the
Mm,
only one I saw. Maybe he did something else, but
And then before Dawn, it was that Michael Jordan doc that he did, semi doc. So, we're all just kind of getting to know Zack Snyder at the time. And some of my favorite movies was Gladiator. I love Gladiator.
that's
Uh,
probably in that whole time frame, probably my second favorite movie of that
hmm
style. The sword and sandal. I'll say that for
mhm.
Gladiator.
Sword and Sandal, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep. And then Troy. Troy was also like, just immensely, just beautiful, man. Like the romanticized feel of how they handled Troy, the fictional characters in Troy and Gladiator. And then you watch 300, it was like watching like a rock concert playing Gladiator and Troy. It was just
mhm, yeah,
badass. I was just like, oh my God, what am I watching? The
Yeah.
slow motion, you know, it feels like it's ripped from the comics kind of thing. And like I completely took my mind out of the comics, right? But just like this whole, you can literally see the pages splash before your eyes, and he's just the thrusting, and then you see the body, the flesh, everything. It was incredible. Like you could see every detail, and I was like, damn, this is this is amazing to behold. So I was just blown away by the film when I first saw it.
yeah. That's one thing about the action. Even though it is stylized, it's amazing how choreographed it is. But it's, to me, in my mind, it's not like out of the realm of possibility either. I know it's stylized as hell, but in a way too, I'm like, I guess I could see that happening because they are Spartans and they are badass. So
Right. Like
Why
the
not?
believability if they can actually accomplish some of the things that they were doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Sky, how did you feel when you first sat down to watch theater and you're just sitting there? We know the first 20 minutes in, what was your like impressions going through your mind of watching it?
Yo, 300 was actually like one of the first rated R movies that I went to go see, like
Oh,
by
really?
myself,
Nice.
right? Because I think it was like right around me being like 18 or like, right around that time. And I was like, yo, I'm about to go see this movie. My homie went and saw it. He came back and he described it as this. He was like, yo, it's like 15 minutes worth of setup and it's just action the rest of the movie. And I was like, bruh, ain't no way. Ain't no way. You know what I'm
That's true,
saying?
man.
And I went and I sat down in that theater and I watched this movie for the first time. This one right here, this is one that I had to get on 4K. You know what I'm saying? And
4K, nice.
yeah, watching this movie in the theater, yo, just I was amazed, man, at the cinematography, the music, just how gripping that everything felt, how visceral that the combat felt, yo, how larger than life some of the enemies were. Xerxes, man,
Ugh.
like it was just it was like nothing that I had ever seen before. And I didn't super know about Zack Snyder back then either, right? But at the same time, yeah, hashtag sales VSJL to Netflix. You know
Yeah.
what's up, Matt Ron? Hashtag sales Snyderverse to
You gotta
Netflix.
get those subliminal messages in to the viewers of watching.
Exactly.
We worldwide, baby. Anything's possible. Anything. Anyway, so yeah, I didn't like really know about Zach back then because I wasn't super into directors, right? At
Okay.
that point. But this was one of the films actually that kind of got me into like, yo, like the director is actually one of the like most important people on a movie set, right? I used to always kind of feel like it was who was starring in it, but I was like, yo, it's really the director, especially if you get somebody that has like their own vision because he clearly had one, right?
Yeah.
And so this movie was one of like my most favorite cinematic experiences, especially for the first time. So those are my feelings about how I felt when I first saw 300.
Man, and too, like one of your first rated R movies, like what a one to catch. That's awesome.
Yo, cop this movie, yo. If you don't have it already, it is off the chain, yo. Yeah.
So
Y'all know I'm a 4K fiend.
yeah, I'm just starting to build my 4K collection. I only got the Blu-ray, but I'll get there eventually. See, for me, Zack Snyder started with Dawn of the Dead because or was it Day of the Dead? I forget which one he did.
Dawn.
No, it was
Dawn.
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 The
I used,
George Romero remake.
yes, the remake. Because I loved all those zombie movies. I used to be when teenager. I was an avid reader, like Fangoria magazine and all those horror movie mags. I'm a little older than the other guys on the panel. So in the '80s, Fangoria me was like comic books and metal. I had to get all that stuff together. So I was big into the zombie movies. So when I saw they're remaking that, I was like, of course I was going to be one of these guys. Oh, these stupid remakes. They're never going to capture the original. Blah 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 blah. And then I
That's
caught
what a lot of people thought, Necron.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm still that way until they prove me wrong. And obviously I was proven wrong because that movie had me on the edge of the seat, dude. A damn zombie baby and the fast zombies, and it was just intense, very intense. And I was like, who made this thing, And I saw Snyder, and that caught my attention because that's actually my real last name. So I said, well, this guy's obviously cool because he has Snyder as a last name. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Obviously, right?
that's cool, obviously. So then, when I heard about 300 coming out and, reading that, Zack Snyder was directing, I was like, whoa, this ought to be badass because he kicked ass with Dawn of the Dead. This is gonna rule, man. So went and saw it, and for me, what I usually do when I do these is so that everybody kind of knows and have them watch one of these. I'll talk about, we'll try to go along as the movie went, talk about it, but we won't give away every detail, every plot detail, because if someone hasn't watched it, I don't want to like totally spoil it for them. But if there's a point anybody wants to make, feel free to do it. I mean, I'm not going to stop you guys either because something may be important that we have to bring up. Just has to be talked about. So the movie,
Fantasies.
yeah,
yeah.
the movie starts out with them on a hill, as I recall, and they're inspecting babies to see if they're worthy to be Spartan warriors. And then at the bottom of the hill is a pit
of
of
like
baby
millions.
skeletons.
Yeah, millions of them,
Piled high. If you don't make the cut, that's that. And thrown to the wolves, as they say, literally.
That just sets the tone right there. Like,
yeah,
these guys are not messing around. They want all of their children to be specimens of greatness, right? They will not take any deformities, nothing that they can see that looks like a deformity, or you're just gone before you start.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, damn.
Savage.
And to me, I think because Zack Snyder gets a lot of flack for presenting 300 a certain way and those characters a certain way, but it's like, for one, it's an adaptation of a comic, which is also an adaptation of history. So it's an adaptation of an adaptation, right?
Correct.
And also, Zack isn't saying these guys are good or bad. That's your decision to make as an audience member. But nobody ever gets that when they criticize him or this film,
Yeah, and
Good point.
I'd like to add this too. He literally, all he did was adapt the movie and put his creative spin on it. He really didn't change it very much. But the story itself starts off by being a story by Herodotus, who detailed a lot of these wars that happened. And this one is the War of Thermopylae. And he also was very colorful in his description. He didn't tell the full truth. He just told the story from the Greek side of the story. And
he wanted the mythology to be like entertainment, to either scare the enemies or to make his people happy. Exactly.
These are campfire stories to allow children to feel some pride for their nationality and other people to enjoy. But it wasn't, it's in no way actually what happened. We probably will never know the truth. But when I looked at some of the pictures of the Persians, they looked a lot like the Greeks. They looked exactly like the Greeks, and so
probably so.
And so this movie and the illustration that was in George Miller's graphic novel was definitely having fun with this supposed story. It was exaggerating it. It wasn't about trying to be maliciously going after a certain people. We know, and we're smart enough to know that this is a story. It's not real.
We are, but
some people aren't.
A lot of these critics. That's another story.
It's like a mythology, basically, at this point. How I see it, it's yes, it really happened, but the way it's presented in the movie, it's like it's mythology. These are like demigods in a sense, especially Xerxes.
Immortals, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
and
those big ass elephants, that movie is off the chain, yo.
Dude, those were Lord of the Rings elephants.
Right.
So, I mean, if you're sitting there saying, "Hey, that's not how it went down," you're really not grasping of what they're trying to present here. Like, yes, dude, take it easy, you know.
Bruh, if anybody thinks that that's a biopic about Leonidas, right, you're sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just saying that, like, even the movie gives you a hint that it's not really true because it's being narrated by one of the soldiers. He's not going to paint his people in a bad light. You know, he's
Right.
going to paint the opposition in a terrible light. And also, he is saying this story in order to drum up more troops. It's almost like propaganda, but it's like this is what he's doing. It's his we are understanding, we are part of the Spartans. We are Spartans. He's talking to us and getting us ready for the fight.
And just so if you haven't seen it for some bizarre reason, these are the Spartans, and that's Leonidas, the center, the king of the Spartans.
What's also wild is that like you were saying, Retro, they even allude to the fact that he's not telling the full truth because he says, like, yeah, that their last words were like, honor us, right? When that wasn't what their last words were. So it's like they literally give you hints that, hey, this is kind of like an embellished story. So it's not a biopic, people. It's not supposed to be like Ray or, you know, Walk Hard or whatever, right? whatever that movie called. Walk the Line.
I've got one more tip to kind of clue us into the fact that he's kind of embellishing things. And I kind of explained this in my my review, is that he tells a very detailed story. We get to experience Leonidas's last moments, but he wasn't there for that. So
precisely.
it's all imaginary, and it's a great imaginary story. By the way,
it's also not a story. Yeah, absolutely, it is. It's also not a story, in my opinion, of moralities. You know, I've seen a lot of criticisms about this film, and where does it stand on a moral? What's its moral point of view? And it's like some movies are just movies to you watch it, you see the action, you get immersed in the story, the world that it lives in, and if you want to choose a moral side, that's on you. You know, if you choose to not like these Spartans from the beginning because of what they did to children or how they were quote unquote racist towards the Persians, whatever you want to choose, that's on you. But it doesn't take away from the film's like, you know, the ability to enjoy it, and it doesn't take away from the film's quality at all. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of what your perception is.
Let's be realistic too about it. I mean, you can't put your modern moralities on an ancient time period.
Right.
It's a savage world they live in. And feelings are the last thing these people have time to worry about.
Okay, you just drop the mic right there.
Hey, that man walked into Leonidas' kingdom and threatened his people with slavery and death. You know what I'm saying? He brought the heads of conquered kings. You know what I'm saying, right? Like all that, and was in there talking cash. So he deserved what he got. Like, yo, everybody in that movie.
Of that, he wanted them to kneel to him after all that too.
Yeah.
Expecting these Spartans that, okay, sure. But let's backtrack a little because we got to tell the tale of Leonidas when he was left in the woods to defend himself, to prove his worthiness as a Spartan. So, you know, I believe it's, you know, they go through a short montage of him growing up and training to be a Spartan. Just looks like they're constantly fighting and training all the time, you know, preparing for war. And they go to a scene where he is like left in the woods to fend for himself. And what happens is this giant ass wolf, look like a werewolf to me or something, creature.
Like a dire wolf.
Yeah. Man, wild.
Dire wolves.
He has ended up outwitting this wolf. And I think it's also, well, duh, it ain't an also. He goes into a small little corridor and the wolf follows them in. But what the wolf doesn't realize is that's a trap for the wolf, not Leonidas.
Yeah.
So it's foreshadowing, obviously, what happens later in the movie. He Leonidas just spears the wolf pretty much through its bottom of its mouth, snout, and that's it. He kills the wolf, and he shows up back at Sparta with the wolf's head. If I remember correctly, then like he's proved,
with the
hey,
wolf
Yeah,
on his back.
yeah,
Yes, he's wearing the wolf. Absolutely.
that's what's happened. Yeah. So they're like,
Because of the
damn,
weather.
he did it. He did it. Yeah, he took care of himself and took out the wolf. So Leonidas is a fucking badass.
Oh
That's
yeah.
what the movie is.
Yeah, and all of the soldiers really, and that was actually closer to real life, and they left out a lot because when I did the research on the Spartans and what they really did have to go through, all of the children except for royal children didn't have to go through this, but Leonidas actually did have to go through it because he was third in line for the throne, and he did go through these awful trials that they would put the young boys through, but this was to train them for battle. That was the purpose of all young men in Sparta, was to be warriors when the time came. So it's an interesting code. It's an interesting code that they live by. It wasn't like, they took a few people and did this. So they had those boys as soon as they were able to walk, they would start the training.
If they weren't able to when they were babies, they were at the bottom of that pit.
Oh my!
Yikes! That's how it went.
Yeah, because they were snatching them up at like the age of 7 and like just taking them off, and it was a wrap. You know what I'm saying? And it was put through all them trials and tribulations and beating and all that. Yo, man.
But look, if they weren't defending one of the first democracies in the world.
Yeah.
Even we'll get into all that. Even with all the problems of democracy, like what they show in the movie, they were, for the bigger picture was freedom and fighting against the tyrannies of the time and having a democracy where people, could decide their fate and not, just kings or warlords or whatever the case was, under those circumstances. So as Sky was saying, we progress later in the timeline. He's already, they show up with him and King as a king, and the emissaries of Xerxes come riding into Sparta, as Sky was saying. And let's go ahead and show Xerxes. Now he doesn't show up yet, but I want everybody to get a good look. This is the god king of Persia in the movie. Xerxes. Yes, this man literally believes he is a god, not just a regular.
Well, he's also like 9 feet tall. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it is a little wild. He towers over everyone, so I can see maybe he would be considered godlike, being 9 feet tall, and the king of Persia.
I just want to add that the sequel to this movie actually explains that how he became. He was a normal guy, and he.
I forgot all that in the sequel.
Yeah, I know it's.
But before we came on, we were talking about the sequel. How it's just, it was not up to par. Not.
I haven't seen it.
You ain't missed much.
Don't bother.
It was cool, but it's hard to live up to what the first one was, yo.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, they show him like walking into the water, and then after he walks out, he's like all super big and gold and everything. So like, yeah, there was a whole process that they show him going through.
Yeah.
So these emissaries for what Sky was saying, they basically, threaten enslavement and conquering, and they but we'll give you your land, and you can rule, but all you have to do is nil. And he's like,
I love that.
Think about this.
He's like earth and water. He's like, don't insult my intelligence. You rode all the way over here for earth and water. Like, come on, yo.
Have the head of former kings in your pocket, basically, and you know. Okay, I think Leon could do this one best. Leon, what is Leonardo's response to these emissaries?
The exact lines, or you mean the part where he turned around and looked at his wife like, "Can you believe this motherfucker?"
Yeah, that part, and the main line. We don't got to go through the whole dialogue, but he lets him pretty much know.
This is Sparta.
Well
He kicks the
done.
shit out of him.
Now I'm in the audience like going, "Damn, that's badass."
Yeah.
So then he kicks him down into it looks like a bottomless well.
Yeah. He kicks him in the chest.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
looked like his foot went through his back.
Kick now we call that a Spartan kick when you see someone get kicked like
Bruh.
that.
Yeah.
Boom.
That's literally one of the most infamous kicks in movie history, yo. Absolutely.
Ever, bro.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Before he got the kick, he was like, "This is an outrage," not exact line.
This is madness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
He's like,
I'm just a messenger, basically.
yeah. Those big balls he had just 5 minutes ago are like long gone, dude.
Yo.
Like backtracking big time.
When he said this is madness, what I love about that part is I love the subtle change in his face when he first see like hears him say madness. He like, the fuck, like madness. He like, bro, and then he turns and he looks at his wife and she like, going on and do it to him.
She gets that subtle nod, right?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, like, yo, going on and do it to him. And he was like, all right, cool. He like, cause I'm just making sure that I ain't tripping. Right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you said that.
Good point.
That's one of the things that
maybe I'm tripping. I'm gonna look back and see what my
maybe I'm tripping, right?
That's why I remember that part so well, because I always speak about that when I combat people who say weird things about Zack Snyder's film choices. Like, he's a misogynist. He's this, he's that. Yeah. And I'm like, whether in the comic or not, he made sure not to leave that part out.
Yeah.
He turns around and he looks at his wife, the queen, and she gives approval. Go ahead and do what you do, baby. Get him off our land. Like, that was beautiful. I remember seeing it. I was like, ooh. Yeah. I'm a guy for little details. I love little small details like that. And I'm just like, that was sick.
There are two things about that scene that I just love. And one of them is what we're talking about now, is the closeness and the communication that is going on between Leonidas and his wife, and how they are on the same page. And he trusts her. There's a lot of trust there. There's a lot of respect there. They have a family to raise together. And I love that. I love to see that unity that they're displaying. And also the other piece that kind of makes me think is like, Leonidas has also preempted the fact that this was going to that he was going to have to do this, because they lead them to that huge well, and coincidentally, but not so coincidentally, all of his dudes are there to correspond at his command. And it's like, this was already planned. If somebody came to the city, that they were going to do this. So I love that pre-planning, the pre-planning that was going on there.
Retro, I never even thought of that point. That's awesome. Yeah, like the scenario will lead them to the well and kick them down.
They walk him right there. They were into the trap. Him and his boys.
And all, yeah.
They was just making sure they're like, yo, if anybody come in here talking crazy, right, we gonna see what happens. We just gonna walk them over here, and if everything cool, then they can walk out.
That
But if not, you know what I'm saying? This where we dumped their ass. Real shit. That was crazy. I love that's like one of the best scenes. It's like, or at
In
least one
film
of the
history, right?
most memorable. At least one of the most memorable, Like
Definitely.
that.
oh, it has
Yeah.
to be, man. That's a classic scene to this day.
Yeah.
It has to be.
And
It's a game changer because it exploded across the zeitgeist, man. Like
oh yeah.
everybody changed everything they were doing from going to the gym, working out, creating Spartan workouts to it
That's
being all over
right.
cartoons and TV shows and people screaming, "This is the mall! This is my house! This is my wife!"
That's
How many
right.
"this is" have you seen in
Oh
entertainment
yeah.
because of
Oh
that
yeah.
one scene alone? Like it just exploded and it changed the game and definitely made Zack Snyder his star power go up as a director, for sure.
Yo.
Yeah, we do forget about how like a big of an impact that I got my knife out. We big impact that movie had on people, man. This is Florida.
Right. Look, yo, I just really want people to go back and look, man. When he says this is madness, just watch Gerard Butler's face, yo. He like it's a very subtle, very quick switch, and it's just like, yo, I'm about to have to kill this dude. In the end, that just sets up that scene so perfectly, and I think that it's little attention to detail like that just makes that scene overall so perfect. Like just from start to finish, yeah, it's just up there when it comes to impactful scenes in cinema history, pretty much.
And we got another guest walking through the door.
Ooh.
It is Lady Ask Austin. What's up,
Good
Austin?
Austin.
Was good.
What up, man?
Hey.
Welcome, Retro. By the way, when I saw the Necron surprised us with that, at least surprised me with that.
I surprised everyone with that. You're not the only one.
You did it on purpose, so I had a little inkling because on your thumbnail you said retrospective. I'm like, wait a second here. Wait, whoa. You can't just put that in the. Did you invite Retro?
I didn't even think about that. I really didn't.
That's the first thing I'm like, you know what?
Me
I'm just
neither,
gonna
actually.
leave it be. I definitely did. This is the first thing I thought. I was like, yo,
Fucking awesome, man.
All the details. All the details.
It's good. It's good. But yeah, thank you for being here, Retro.
my
And thank you
pleasure.
for having me, obviously.
Absolutely.
The kid is having some technical difficulties tonight. So I figured if I turn the cam off, everything should work because it's not stressing my computer too much. So we're here to talk about 300.
Glad you made it, Austin. That's awesome, dude.
Oh man, I was listening to you guys obviously, and like everything you talked about, I'm like, oh, I have a point to add about that. Oh, let me the whole time my computer's updating and everything, and I'm trying to get everything to work. So, but I'm here, and yeah, this is one of my favorite movies of all time because of when it came out, and like you guys were all saying, the impact that it had on everyone, not only me, and at first I couldn't even watch it. It came out in 2007. That was when I was not even a freshman in high school yet.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't until the fall of 2007 when I was a freshman in high school, and I finally saw it over the summer, like with my friends, hanging out away from my parents' house, and I was like, "Oh my god, this movie is crazy." So I came of age really to this movie. And everything you guys are talking about
That's a
of the
good
coming,
point, Austin, because you're a young guy at this point watching.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you're raging with testosterone. So how does that impact you? Like this?
Oh, it gave me an outlet, man. It gave me I was involved heavily in sports, and I wanted to win, right? I was a big. You guys see my channel, you know me. I love football, and I played football my entire childhood growing up. But my school's football team sucked so bad, like historically losing record, and literally when I was in middle school, that's before high school, all we did during those football practices was get yelled at by old coaches, and they would make us run. And I would come back home from practice, and my brother had practice at the same time. He was doing a different sport, and he was all happy. I was all pissed off, and he's like, "Yo, what is going on with you?" I'm like, "Dude, all we do is run. I'm a skill player. Like I don't need to run. The linemen need to run. Like I need to practice on catching the football. What are we doing?" And my brother, he's like, "Why don't you just come join me?" And I'm like thinking, my brother was a runner. He ran cross country. I'm like, "Nah, dude. Like I don't want to run like for a sport." He's like, "That's all you do during practice, anyways." And we actually, right? I was like, "Damn, bro!" Like, if you put it to my older brother, I'm like, "Yeah, damn." You're like, you're being real about that. And then I'm mulling it over the whole rest of the season. More every other practice when we start running again, I'm like, "Damn, bro! Like he's right. All we do is fucking run anyways. I might as well do it as a sport." My coaches are so freaking dumb, dude.
Were they winning too? The runners.
And then yes, so my brother was a freshman at that time, and they were winning like every invitational that they went to, killing it.
So
dude.
You had no choice then.
I was like, dude, want to know what I was watching when I would go watch my brother? He would watch me. We would lose, get our asses beat up and down the field because all we did was run all practice. We didn't know how to actually play football. It was traumatizing. Dude, my favorite sport, and we sucked so bad. And I would go to my brother and watch him and his best friend. They would rock, paper, scissors, shoe across the finish line to see who would win. That's how I'm like, "Yo, this looks fun as shit. They're killing it." So
Super Bro got the question for you, Austin.
What do you
want to know? Yeah, what do you mean the linemen need to run, Austin?
Bro, if you walking around in warm-ups, bro, you need to run, homie. If you're huffing and puffing during the lap for warm-ups, bro, I think we need to get you some conditioning, bro. But yeah,
this is so funny. This is so funny.
So anyways, when I was entering my freshman year, I'd already decided and I'd already started running, and the cross-country team latched on to this movie so hardcore that season because historically our team had gotten second for like 3 years in a row to this one school, and like it was like they were the Persians and we were the Spartans. We were the small school and we were tried and tested, and everyone had always been like, "Man, how does this one school keep winning and stay relevant, and they don't even have half the kids that we do?" And it's like, "Yo, because our coach was Leonidas, and he always had the group of 300, and we were very few, but we were very strong." And I, like I said, came of age to this. So everything in this movie, it was like direct messaging for me. I was like, "Oh, we're the Spartans. Like, there's dead babies at the bottom of the hill, right? Those are all the kids that didn't make the rest of the practices, and they cut the team in the first couple of weeks. Those are all the kids who are still on the football team getting their ass beat, and they couldn't make the team." And then people would be like, "Yo, why do you run for fun, Austin?" I don't run for fun. I run to win. And that's what the Spartans did.
Oh, man.
That's what the Spartans did. Yeah. So I love this movie. So I just wanted to like give my little intro as far as to where 300 was for me, because everything in this movie, I was just a kid, man. I was 14 years old when this movie came out, and it was huge messaging for me. And then, we conquered that year, and we conquered for the rest of the time that I was on that team. We never stopped winning after that moment. And guess what? Our football team, they never made it to the playoffs. They had a losing record every single season, bro. Yeah, dog. We turned that shit around. So,
but
Corey's
response is, "We're linemen, big fella."
Hey, guess what, bro? I was a center growing up, so I know how it is being a lineman, bro.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
When I was a little pudgy kid at one time, bro. I was a center, holding it down.
Yeah, that is one of the funniest stories I've ever heard Austin tell.
You're welcome.
I had
bro.
no idea, dude.
just cause like I've been on a lot of sports teams where I know what he's talking about, where he's just running over and over and over again, and it gets very tiresome.
Like, why are we still running, dude? We're not gonna get any better.
I remember like at the end of practice, we'd be tired and if the practice kind of sucked, we'd be waiting for it because we knew it was coming. Run the fence. And the fence went around the middle school and the high school. A big giant fence. We're like,
And here's the thing,
I
right?
got a
Like,
question.
go ahead.
What do y'all think would happen if any of them Spartan kids didn't want to run?
Oh man, right. That's the thing, though. And when I went to the cross country team, I didn't realize like how crazy these motherfuckers were, bro. Like Spartans are a little crazy, right? More than a little crazy. And the power of belief that they have in this movie and they show is what we had to have as kids, right? We're running for 3 miles in the woods. There's no one there but yourself to count on. And you have to think of the people who count on you too, which is the rest of your teammates, which is the rest of the Spartans next to you. And you can't fold, or you give the opportunity for the rest of the enemy to get in. So we took the messaging crazy. The power of belief is what I took from this movie, and I carry it with me. I still carry it with me, man. Like no matter your numbers, no matter what it looks like, you can weather the storm, dude. And you just think of Leonidas holding that shield, and the rain's coming in sideways. You're like, nah, we're just gonna sit here and watch it and watch you flounder.
The mindset of a successful man.
Hell yeah,
making the impossible possible, huh?
Right.
That's a prime example of a successful mindset. Very prime example. You know?
Guess who gave us that fucking vision, bro? Zack Snyder.
Yes, sir.
Zack effing Snyder, man. So yeah, I love this movie. Again, to reiterate, and we can continue. I came in late. I want to give my little background on to why this was so important to me.
That was actually very good. Yeah, because it gave a real connection to the movie.
Yeah, I think there are countless stories of people who were inspired by this movie. For a lot of people, this inspired them to join the military. And this was a testament to courage and in the line of being overwhelmed and outnumbered. But this team of individuals were able to survive 3 days in a battle that really should have lasted only a few minutes or even like a few hours against hundreds of thousands and possibly millions of soldiers, and they survived. And the speeches that Leonidas gives in this movie are so powerful that even me, who I have no athletic ability or no, I felt like I was ready to go into war. It's just like, yes, let's go get them. It was so inspiring and full of. It just made me feel like I was a Spartan, and I could do
you
it.
have to have a belief. You have to believe. Can you imagine going through life without not having a belief? Not having any type of drive to succeed, to do more than what's just handed to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you have to go and take it, and I don't know, man.
And
but
when you earn it, said in Troy, take it, it's yours. Yeah. I love that line. Love it.
And Retro brings up a good point, and we're gonna go ahead and get into this. Not everybody knows, but maybe they do. Leon and Skiiwalker are veterans. So as two veterans, how do you feel about this movie? As if you were back in the Spartan age and for some reason, as you're training and how you see that and how you see Leonidas as a leader, how would that affect you guys, as actually, because you've been soldiers, what works and doesn't work. So let's hear from you guys. Whoever wants to take it first, fine with me.
Oh man, I would have ran through a fucking wall for Leonidas, yo. Real talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? Men like that are able to command respect, loyalty, and just really demand your all. They're few and far in between, you know. Like to truly be able to look at somebody and say, yo, like I trust you like with my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, and when you're in the military, you have to do that with the people that you know are over you, right? So I've had bad leadership, I've had great leadership, and so I've kind of seen it all. But the thing that separates the great leaders from the ones that aren't so great is that willingness to do everything that you know they are asking of you to do, right? Um, and the
Leading by
fact that
example.
yes, and the fact that Leonidas um pretty much, you know, his whole thing against Xerxes was like, yo, you'll just, you know, mindlessly send all these people off into battle, you know, and I would rather, you know, like die with mine, right? Pretty much. And you know, just that sentiment in of itself, you know, it it really has a resounding effect with the people that are placed under their care.
Yeah, because if you're getting orders from an unknown face, are you like? I mean, to me, I would be like, well, it's easy for him to say to go out there and possibly die because it isn't affecting his life. But when you see your leader on the lines with you, you're like, I wouldn't be like, hey, he believes in this as much as I do because he's here with us, leading by example. You know,
Yeah.
I'm going to follow the man who is willing to be with his troops.
Yeah. Or even in some cases, right? Because you have, you know, certain officer ranks that might not necessarily be having to go into battle with you,
Right.
right? But even then, it's like a respect thing, right? Like I will tell you guys this quick story. When I first got done with my, you know, all of my training and stuff, I went to my unit and I met the colonel there, right? And yo, I'm like super nervous. I'm like locked up, standing at attention, right? And I'm like all stiff, and he's like, yo, you know, relax, right? And I just like snap the parade wrist, and I'm all like just super tense and locked up, right? And he was like, yo, look, just he literally looked at me and was like, yo, like just chill. And so I kind of like just dropped my shoulders, and he was like, look, I put my boots on one foot at a time just like you. He was like, the only thing that is different between you and I is that I get paid to make sure that you're okay. And I literally just said, I mean, this is like a full bird colonel,
Yeah. Wow.
right? I mean, and when he said that, I mean, instantly, right? I'm like, yo, you know, hey, I'll do anything for this dude, right? Because it's just that respect factor. And so, even if you do have the people that aren't going to be expected to kind of go into battle with you, it's still that respect factor that separates the great leaders from the not so great ones.
Especially in modern times, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could obviously. Leon, how do you feel about that type of situation?
Man, I very well said, Sky. You touched on a lot of great aspects of the mindset of leadership, military training, and what it takes to grind it out. You know, and a lot of it has to do with, like you said, a good leader who can inspire. And depending on where you're from, we can always tell the fake from the real inspiration. You know, ones that are actually genuinely, they would either pick up a gun and run out with you, or in my case, a piece of equipment called like a Pond 6 to go repair an engine, right? In the middle of the blazing heat on the freaking flight deck, right? When I look at a character like Leonidas, or I guess we could say character, even though it's based on history, a character like Leonidas, I always wonder like what he inspired after the fact, right? And you touched on it very well when you said he went out on the battlefield with his people, you know? And I remember my stint in the military, I always looked at the people that were ahead of me, and I had a lot of shitty leaders ahead of me, right? But then there was one particular petty officer that was amazing. And he was like a mentor to me. And he always said, one day you're going to have to run this shack. There's a thing called the line shack, basically grunt workers. I've said this in the past, brown shirts, right? Of the flight deck. And I was like, what? You know what I mean? Not that I doubted myself, but I'm just like, okay, sure. You know what I mean? He said, because people love you. Like you've only been here for months and people already love you. They already respect you. You know what I mean? And I'm like, okay, that's cool. He's like, don't let that go to the wayside. He literally told me this. Don't squander that passion and that love. And so when I quote unquote came of age, came of rank, came of notoriety, took a test, became what they call a quote unquote plane captain. Is more like a moniker, not necessarily an exact ranking. Plane captain is basically quality assurance for planes and jets. A plane captain is basically the leaders of all the little grunts in the line shack. And when that happened, you know, there was a few that they respected me because of the way I treated them as the homie. I was always willing to go grab their equipment, run up on the flight deck with them if they couldn't carry it. And as a leader, I did the same thing. If I pointed to a guy that really didn't want to get up on that flight deck and run up, I was like, man, come on, man. And he looked at me like, what you gonna do? And I'm like, what? And I grabbed the equipment, throw it over my shoulder and be like, now what you gonna do? Come on. And we run up there and do the job. So when I look at a character like Leonidas, I saw that movie after the military. So when I see that, it just made me smile and get hyped, because I was like, that's the kind of guy that I was, that I saw, and that I could want to continue to be. Plus, we kind of share a namesake.
Yeah. I saw that one before.
Right. Got that up in the chat. I'm sorry, Sai. What were you saying? We didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no. I was saying I saw that before I signed up, yo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because that came out in 2007.
How'd that hit you?
2008.
How'd that hit you after seeing it before?
Oh man. Wait, how I felt after watching it? How do you think it
affected you? Do you think it had anything to do with you signing up, or?
I don't know. Yo, it might have, It might have. Like, that movie, because look, I'm all about like extreme shows of like brotherhood, right? I mean, because one, I'm an older sibling, and you know, so I've kind of, or not only just that, I'm the oldest out of all my cousins as well, and so I'm like the oldest one out of everybody, and I've just always kind of had that, you know, mindset that I have to kind of be the one that has to, you know, kind of wrangle everybody in, right? And I took that into the military as well. I was a squad leader pretty much like all throughout basic training. Then throughout the school process, I was a squad leader then too. I was a squad leader in and out when I was in the Army, you know, and so even speaking from that aspect, having people's lives in your care, it's not something that can be taken lightly, right? And it really does change you. And so every type of person that are usually in these types of like war movies, or movies that have a military angle, like I've seen those people like in real life, right? And so this film really highlights that extreme sense of brotherhood very well. And it's one of the things that I think that I enjoyed most about this movie.
And that's a good point, because without just the brotherhood of the Spartans, this whole thing doesn't work. They have to have this brotherhood, this one mindset, and of protecting them and their family and their, country, city state, Sparta. But I do want to point out, we have an illustrious guest, as Sky would say in the comments. We got Mr. Mikey Sutton.
Oh my goodness!
What's up, Mikey? And he says, saw 300 at a low point in my life. After seeing it in the theater on opening day, I felt like conquering the world. So I did.
Yes.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Mikey.
What a boss.
The double
dude.
horn salute.
What a boss.
Metal as hell, dude.
Hashtag
That was a bar.
Arc Watch.
That was a bar.
Yeah, we love the shit
Yes,
out of
it
you,
was.
Mikey. We love the shit out of you, man. Glad you're still kicking and kicking the world's ass,
Look at
bro.
all this love Mikey's getting from the
Speaking
chat.
of a
Everybody's loving it.
Leonidas leader, Mikey
can't-
made sure that when he conquered the world, that he brought all his Spartans with him.
Fact.
You'll see. You will see.
Ooh. And that, kids, is
Leon.
foreshadowing.
Yes, that was awesome.
Hey.
And Mikey says this might be my fave Snyder movie. Snyder, for personal reasons, Snyder and Frank Miller, bro. He knows what's up.
Yeah.
I love Frank Miller comics.
Absolutely.
I love Zack Snyder, and I'm like we were saying earlier, this might be my actual personal favorite Zack Snyder film, 302 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I wanted to just say one thing about the brotherhood that you guys mentioned, and the fact people could look at their
This gets a
upbringing
dark comment.
as
I had to start that.
it's so yes. The brotherhood, because of their upbringing, that is so harsh and so surreal, and would be considered very abusive and toxic even. They all went through that together, or if not, they know about the struggle it took to be in the position of being a warrior, a Spartan warrior. And so they have a special, unique bond with each other, a fraternity that's really unbreakable. And the style of fighting that they have means that everybody works together and in order to keep the line secure. And one weak link in the chain means disaster.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the keystone
Very well
effect.
said.
That's
Very
my
well
keystone
said.
effect. I have that I always mention that as in sports, but I probably got it from this. But that's that you take away the keystone and the arch, and the whole thing crumbles. None of the other stones matter if you don't have
You're
that
right,
keystone.
Austin.
But yeah, totally what you mean. And the more we talk about Leonidas, the more I can't believe it. I'm just realizing now that my coach was Leonidas, which is crazy.
Just bringing back some memories, huh?
Yeah,
Putting some
because
stuff together.
man, we were crazy. We were literally crazy kids. Like he had us convinced that we loved to run up hills because he hated when people would complain. It's like, yo, use that as your advantage. Whenever every other team is dreading that hill, you're gonna be looking forward to it. So we convinced ourselves that we loved hills. Like literally one of our practices, it's still burned in my memory. The whole team, there was little girls crying, but they were still yelling, "We love hills! We love hills!"
That's awesome how he convinced you to believe that.
Yeah,
He knew
dude,
what
Leonidas,
you had
bro.
to do to conquer, what you had to do to win,
Right. And hey, man, it worked. As much as we would have hated it, like that little Spartan kid hated it, but then once you understand why it like you're being told these messages and you understand like the lineage of the people ahead of you, like I had the best thing to look forward to, right? I was the young Spartan looking at his brothers who were older and seeing them be men and seeing a great like example as far as what to be. And I was very lucky for this movie coming out when it did, and also having an older brother who was 2 years older than me and had had gone through the trials and tribulations himself and was telling me the stories, so I didn't make the same mistake. He was basically like, "Yo, you gotta go in this area of the woods because that's when you can kill like the wolf." And then I'm like, "What? There's a wolf?" He's like, "Yeah, there's a wolf. Don't worry about that. You can get it. Don't worry about that wolf." Like that was my brother. To reiterate, but yeah, great points by you saying that the brotherhood. And I think, you know, this movie we're going to talk a lot about the brotherhood, but it shouldn't go without saying that Snyder is also equally as effective as doing it for sisterhood and for women empowerment as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, because just talking about this hashtag that everyone sees scrolling on the bottom, you know, and talking about our favorite moments from everything and what we want to see pay off. My lady just mentioned randomly because I was talking to her about everything. She's like, "That's still one of my favorite moments of all time." I'm like, "What?" Oh, she's like, "What do you mean, what?" And she recited it. She goes, "Daughters at Themyscira, show him your fear." And she just
We
stands up.
have no fear.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's go. Let's go. Exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah,
One of the things
Snyder
I
does
take
it.
harsh offense to when people say Snyder, is stereotyping women and this and that. And I'm like, what are you watching?
Right.
Yeah.
Where do you get this from?
Yeah. I mean,
Because he,
I think he's done such a good job of making the females in a lot of these movies look just as important and actually do things, like actually
Hell
affect
yeah.
the story. And the way he portrayed the Amazons and it's just like a whole nother level. I've never seen Amazons portrayed like that, and they should always be portrayed as those like fierce warriors. But what he does in this film with Queen Gorgo is just incredible, giving her so much importance, without making her like an unbelievable Shira, but also making her vulnerable. She gets in trouble, and she gets herself out of it, and she's actually, like, you root for her. You
Hell
root for
yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Very
You feel.
powerful and very feminine.
How
is what
mad were
she
you
is.
Yes.
guys? We'll
At the
talk
same
about it. I
time.
know, but how mad were you guys when she was like betrayed by that fucking guy?
Oh,
You know, how mad were you about that? Oh my goodness. It's like,
I
what are you
I
doing? That's our
hated that
queen.
guy.
That's our queen. What are you doing? That
Yeah,
also kind of felt like the older I am now and rewatching it now, um, the little subtle messages and details like Leon was mentioning, like just the look towards her and the nod from her. It feels like now, me having my own lady, it feels like Zack Snyder, a little tribute to his wife.
exactly.
we do have to take a pause because I believe Skywalker has breaking news.
Oh boy.
Skywalker, take the floor, man. What's going on?
It's just a little something something from the homie. You know what I'm saying? Just a little something something. We have a Mikey bomb about Dreamwalker. Okay.
Oh,
Oh, here we go. Let's go.
Says please drop this on the show right now.
Ooh.
The sequel to Axis of Ice is Fire and Ice.
Oh,
You and Necron team up to go to a planet in their dark ages, overthrow betas in style of 300.
oh,
Yeah.
that's awesome, dude.
Damn, bro.
oh man, that is intense.
Hey, hey,
Fire and
man.
Ice. Also,
So
one of my
so
Right.
favorite
creative.
movies
So
too.
creative.
Fire with a Y. Fire
Oh,
and
Nice.
Ice.
Oh,
That's so
Yeah.
right,
sick.
yeah. So
Oh
Damn,
creative.
man.
bro. Damn, bro.
Yeah, this is
yeah.
gonna be crazy.
This
So I
is
just want
Dreamwalker.
so I just wanted to let y'all know that
That's
real
sick.
quick.
That's sick,
Well, I hope
That's a little
somehow,
bomb from the
some
homie
way,
Mikey.
the rest of the
bro.
cool people are in tow on this conquering mission, because that would be great.
I was gonna say I don't know where my character plays in. Hopefully, there's another pay-per-view that I can announce. I think that's what my character's gonna do.
See, and I'm like,
every 300 scene needs a Leon, right?
Yes.
Hey.
I'm with Mikey here. I come from a military family as well. I was never in the military, but my dad was hardcore military. He was a senior master sergeant in the Air Force. So,
oh wow,
I see, and I can respect what these guys have to do and all that. When you
that's what I
grow
feel
up around it.
Right. That's it. I feel immense respect for anyone who did it, and I know I've said it before as well, but my brother was also in the military, was in the Army for many years and went all over the world as you guys did, and that's where I feel respect. So to further the point as to what Sky was like, yeah, maybe it did influence me, and to talk about, you guys just heard me talk about glowingly this movie and how it affected me just with cross country and the brotherhood that we all had running every fucking day and hating it. My brother went from cross country to transitioned right into the military right afterwards.
Wow.
So the same mindset that we had for that brotherhood, he was able to carry through and be a badass in the military. And like during basic, all the things that you go through, the trials and tribulations, you got to get the gas and all that shit, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then
they tear gas you.
Yeah, dude. At graduation,
they make you
show
swim in full gear. It's crazy, bro. Like
all this crazy shit, dude.
Crazy.
Graduation, they show the families a little video montage of all the things that their kids just went through. And the whole time I'm watching it, bro, I'm like, what the fuck? My brother that I love, I see him like puking and shit in these pictures. And I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What are they doing to you? And then I see him up on the stage. He looks like a different dude. No hair. He's got like they call him what do they call him? BCGs, birth control glasses.
Birth control glasses. Yeah.
So y'all know that this is for real. This is for real.
I forgot about that freaking acronym.
This is for real.
No joke. Like when I was in basic training, they used to call me Clark Kent because I used to have them BCGs on. Real talk. That was my nickname. Black Superman.
Dude, it started back then. That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, I remember going up to my brother right after everything. I was finally able to talk to him. I'm like, dude, how did you get through that? And he just looked at me stone cold in the face. It was like, yo, it was nothing. I was like, what the fuck, dude? What is like, how are you able to have that mentality? And he just looked at me and goes, we had cross country practices harder than this shit, bro. Like, damn, bro.
That's the same way I felt, bro, when I was in boot camp. I was telling y'all the other day, to me, it felt like basketball practice. You know what I'm saying? Like, I used to see, man, and I'm not knocking dudes, but like, I used to see like 6'4" dudes, cornbread dudes, like crying because they wanted to go home. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it was an emotional thing more so than anything. I was just like, man, I'm ready. I'm ready to kick somebody's ass.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
You know how like during basic too, they can like stop you in the conversation, just make you do push-ups right away.
Yeah.
My brother just busted those out, got back up, and I never, when you're a little in basic, you just no facial expressions, right? And my brother was looking me dead in the eyes, like, yo, I will punch this dude right in the fucking face if he interrupts our conversation again. Like, I don't give a fuck. But then he just look at, all right, at ease. Like, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this shit, bro? What is going on? It's like, this is what you do when you're a soldier. And then the older I got, I realized, actually to become a soldier, you're not just volunteering your time, right? You give up your rights as an American citizen. You sign them over. You no longer have rights.
Dude,
your property of the U.S. government, right? Pretty much. Yeah.
Bruh, your social becomes your serial number. That's like that's a fact.
That's crazy.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's your serial number.
So yeah,
so
immense
like a
respect.
Product.
Immense respect.
Sky, I don't know if you've ever been in any trouble in the Army, and you don't have to say. I'm just saying. But
Are we talking UCMJ or are we talking about just regular trouble?
Oh shit!
so, I'm gonna just give you a brief.
We got another bomb on the show.
I'm gonna give you a
We got
brief
some beef
example, right?
now?
So, me and the homies, we got in trouble, but thankfully, nothing happened to us because we didn't do it. Right? We got in quote unquote trouble in civilian world, and the police were like, "These guys didn't do it." After the fact, we're like, "Cool." This goes into the whole no rights thing, right? After the whole civilian situation, then the military has to step in.
Yeah.
Because guess what? The military says that ass is mine. Just because they said you were innocent doesn't mean that you're innocent. So then we had to also stand a quote unquote trial of sorts. I'm over here like, what the fuck? I remember standing at parade rest, right? You know, it's the only time you're allowed to speak, parade rest. At parade rest. And they're like, Airman, blah, 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 blah. I said, respectfully, why are we here? We just went through this in the civilian sector. And they said, son, your ass belong to me.
Yes, sir. This ain't the civilian
He literally said that. Your ass belong to me. And then the other guy was like, well, just to be a little less frank, he went to explain the other guy. The other petty officer, I was like, damn, I gotta get up out of here. This ain't it.
No.
I was like,
We're in trouble twice.
That is true. And if
like,
you're
that's
found
wild.
guilty, you can be found guilty twice.
Exactly.
Right? So,
and that was the crazy part. I was like, wow, we didn't do the thing that we were accused of, right? The cops were like, drop all charges. This is ridiculous. We get back to the base, and the base is like, you thought, right? I was like, holy crap. I was like, there's no way. There's no way. Because what if they just would have been like, we don't care what they said. We think you're guilty just because why were you even around this situation to begin with?
Exactly. That's
just to teach us a lesson.
Yeah. It's
you know,
different, bro. So
your behavior is expected different than a civilian
everyone who's
behavior.
watching and didn't know that, I hope you guys have more respect for everyone who's in the line of duty and sacrificing their rights too, to give us a safe space to live in and give us the rights to, you know, be here and just be chilling and forgetful of all the things that they had to go through and just be badasses about and have those crazy stern faces. Like, there's some real badasses in our military.
Let me ask y'all a question before we get back to this movie, right? Let me ask y'all a question.
Incredible stuff.
What do you think I did after that? Right? Do you think I became a good little boy? Or do you think I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna be the most sneaky, most strategic, I'm going to do what I want to do as dude ever?
I'm going with the later.
Spoiler alert, it's the latter. Yeah. I literally was like, really? This is nuts. And so I was like, I'm still gonna do what I do.
Oh yeah.
Just not be, you know, a troublemaker, obviously. I'm not breaking the law, but I'm still gonna do what I do. You know, the military is very stringent. Scott can attest to this. You can be doing something in the civilian sector that's not illegal, but to the military it's legal.
It's illegal.
They'll be like, no.
Say, hey.
You mean I can't go to Mexico? I need permission to cross the border? Like, what is going on here?
Bro. Like, literally, if you're on base, you can't walk and talk on your cell phone.
Yes, that's a thing.
Like, you got to be in your barracks.
If you get a cell phone call, you have to stop walking and answer the phone and then talk. Like, you cannot walk while you're talking.
Keep moving.
No, it's but that's the thing. Wow. You hear little silly shit like that, and it's like, yo, who dumbass then walked off, right? Then walked into a curb or walked off some fucking curb. And you're just like, what happened to where this is a rule now? Right? Like, I don't even understand how this is even a rule, you know?
Yeah.
But you met silly stuff, yo.
But yeah, to get to also again to steer us back, but to also say, man, the foreshadowing in this movie, the messaging in this movie, and how it brings people together and inspires people is absolutely insane. And we can find the messages in our own Leonidases in our own lives and
Yes,
our
sir.
own brotherhoods that we were able to fight with. And, you know, we would die for certain people. And the reactions you see in this movie as well, when people do die, that like fuel that it gives you to like, yo, I'm going to avenge this. I'm going to avenge this guy because that was my brother. That was the warrior that fought next to me who just went down. Now I have to make up for everything that he was going to do. And you put it on. You put on for those people. You just bear down and you do it because you have to. You don't think about it. And you don't, wonder about, oh, woe is me. Oh, no, my guy's down. Nah, you just fucking go to work. And that's what a lot of people are missing. But that's what we saw with Leonidas. And, hey, it might be an embellished story, but damn, is it good. Damn, is it good.
Absolutely.
Mythology. I'm going to get caught up in some of these comments because I'm way behind. But what I'm seeing is it looks like it's going to be Mama's Bear birthday Monday, but she's celebrating tomorrow. So if y'all want to wish her a happy birthday,
show up to Mama
Happy
Bear.
birthday, Mama
Happy birthday.
we even got Mikey
Happy
wishing her a
birthday.
That's
birthday.
awesome. Yeah. Another trip around the sun. Cheers to Mama Bear.
I'm going to try to be
Cheers,
there.
Mama Bear. Yeah, she's going to do a
You know
stream
what?
tomorrow, it looks like.
I'm about to go pour a drink. Hold up. I'll be right back.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah.
Go for it.
It's a good idea. But yeah, where we at when I so rudely came in late? Where were we at in the movie discussion?
We were at Retro and the
Thank
Girl.
you.
I loved your show from Mikey Sutton. So that's a very
Thanks
nice
so
compliment.
much. Thank
That's
you
cool.
so much.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
awesome.
Dude,
stream.
Retro, do you know that you get watched by Film Threats?
Yeah.
Own Chris Gore?
Yeah,
Man.
we're internet friends.
Bro.
Sick.
And I don't
There
know.
she is on my little ass channel. I feel so honored. Thank
Are
you.
you serious? That's bro, I am a big fan of Chris Gore. Like going back to when he had the magazine and everything,
Oh,
not just like the internet. Like I'm a big fan of Chris Gore, man.
And
For
you
sure.
know who else came on the channel at the very end of the stream? Robert
Who?
Meyer Burnett.
I knew you were gonna say that.
Really?
I swear.
One of the first
That's
appearance.
awesome. I'm a fan
He's
of R&B
cool.
too. I don't
His
agree with
take today
every
was, but
yeah, his take on like the sell #sell aside. I'm a fan of
we
his
still
because
love
like
him. Yeah,
he's incredible with his his delivery and structure of his show and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I
He
mean,
needs to get away from Campia though.
I know we can flip him. I ain't worried about it.
I really love his take on Star Trek because I'm right there with him with my my feelings about Star Trek.
The modern era, how
Yeah.
trash it is.
Man. Yeah.
Definitely. I'm a semi-Trekkie myself.
Yeah, I was until
Next generation.
2009. Yeah.
And Mikey says, "I need my Spartans."
Yeah.
Woo.
Oh damn, dude!
As Marcus says,
yeah, all my walls are intact. All my walls are intact, bro. I don't need to do any plaster work over here. Don't have me going through a wall right now because
What
I'll
is
get
your
hyped.
profession? My God, I love that. What is your profession?
What is your
I brought futures.
Hey, and that is why the name of the Spartans have lived on throughout the annals of history, and nobody talks about the Arcadians anymore. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Real talk.
Damn. Another parallel this movie had that you guys might forget, it might get lost in the sense of time.
Cheers,
but God of
cheers.
War. Cheers, yo. Cheers. God of
Yeah.
War, the video game, the
Cheers,
first like
Mama Bear.
couple of titles came out at the same time. So Spartans were like in the zeitgeist pretty heavy. As far as like, my generation goes, playing video games. I definitely, you can see Kratos in Leonidas a lot. And it felt like early Kratos to me when he was leading Spartan warriors in the battle on behalf of Ares. So that was the only thing. I was kind of wishing there was more of a god presence in the movie because like polytheism is really huge with the Spartans and the Greeks. So I was kind of wishing that we saw a little bit more of that as far as that goes. Because I was huge as a kid. I was always I was a contrarian as a kid. I grew up in a very Catholic region. And just to be an asshole, I would say as polytheistic. And I would change it from the Egyptian gods to the Greek gods every time someone would ask me. So I had actually a very extensive knowledge on Greek gods and everything. I just wish we saw a little bit more of that. But we did see a little bit with the oracles and those old guys at the top of that mountain.
That's about where we were at, I believe, in their conversation, right?
Yeah, we had just kicked them dudes into the hole, and
which I wanted to bring up one point about that well, or the hole. How many bodies are at the bottom of that well?
Oh my goodness!
I thought about that too, because we were talking about the babies at the bottom of the cliff. You know, I was like, I wonder how many enemies are in that hole.
Yeah, and the cool thing
well
about that
probably
too,
leads to Hades for all we know, man. It's just...
yeah, who knows where that goes? Maybe that goes all the way to Persia. Who knows? I watched that, and that was when Zack Snyder also piqued my interest in cinematography in general. As far as like, yo, how did they film that shit? And then I had to go and like look at how that was done because of how he disappeared into the abyss. And they all did. I was like, yo, what the fuck? How is that filmed? Did they actually have a pit? I was so mind blown when I saw that as a kid.
Oh yeah, it was kind of green screenish. They fell into a pit and they fell into some pads.
Yeah,
at the bottom.
But you don't know that when you're watching it. You're like, yo, this stuntman's got to be dead for sure. That's
Zach was like, "This is a real pit. Everybody, just good luck.
We're killing people."
Sorry, Spartan or Persian number 3. Sorry about that. Hope you contact your family.
Zack Snyder's like, the only thing guaranteed on my film is no director will be harmed in this film. The rest of y'all, I don't know. Good luck.
He just goes, no wolf was harmed in this film, but humans. Sorry,
but dire wolf, perhaps. You know what I'm saying? We might harm.
All bets are off.
Yeah, so that's a good point to pick up on, I guess, is when Leonidas had to climb the mountain to get permission on behalf of, I forget what they're called. The guys.
The Oracle, right? Wasn't
no, the Oracle, but
but the old guys.
The old guys.
I think they were they priests or something?
I feel like they had a name specifically.
They did have a name. I can't.
Yeah, I remember it too. But they were like the religious people, right? Kind of.
Yeah. And man, he had to climb up that shit. That was like one of the hardest rock climbs of all time.
I want to know how they built that thing up there, man. Shit, it was
right.
perfect.
That was my first thought too. all my stupid ass like brain thoughts. I'm like, yo, how did they even build this shit up here? What the fuck? Where did they go to the bathroom? What do they do up here, man?
Being too logical. Just go. Right. It looks great in the movie too. You know, you got this.
Oh my
god! Or something up at the top with the Oracle.
Yeah, it made me think of it. I'm just thinking of it now, and I don't know why, but he had to have used like some of the same makeup artists that he had for Dawn of the Dead for those old guys, because they were
Mama Bear got that Barnes, the Effers.
The Effers.
It was the A4s, right?
A4s. I was going to say E4s or A4s. There you go.
A4s.
You know what I forgot to mention? That Zack Snyder's son played young Leon. I forgot about it. I just remember because we kept talking about the wolf, and I was like, "There's something I wanted to mention." Yeah, Eli Snyder. Shout out to him.
Yeah, so still killing it.
So he goes up there, right, to get a thing. And she basically tells him, like, I forget that he's gonna die, right, or something like that, or what is the say that again?
No, he went up there to get permission to break the Carnia to go to war, and they pretty much told him that he couldn't, and he had to honor it, which means that he couldn't go to war. So they was like, honor the Carnia.
Yeah. And doing 300, having the 300 soldiers, I think was the workaround for that.
Yeah, he's like, I'm just gonna go on a patrol. I'm just gonna go on a patrol with 300 fine Spartans.
Right.
He was like, "Yep, the army's going to stay right there. I just got this 300 men as my personal security."
Yes.
I figure I go for a walk.
Very slick.
The equivalent of
stretch my legs.
The equivalent of worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I only got 300 men. How could I be going to war? Come on.
You can't go to war with 300.
He was like, so where are you going? And Leonidas goes, I don't know yet. I think I'll head north. And he's like, due to the hot gates, right? He's like, Sparta will need sons. I was like, damn. I was like, ah, man. Crazy, yo.
So, yo, you just wasted all that money?
Then when his wife said, come back with your shield or on it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
That's the Spartan code.
Oh.
You know, it's pretty harsh, you know. And I love that because she reminds him. And, you know, if you notice, he kind of straightens up right after. He's like, yes, ma'am. And it's like, I love that because, you know, everybody's doing their part. You know, there's inspiration. There's she's like, you know, go out there and do you know, do what you were meant to do, what your training has asked you to do, you know.
And on their way, does he meet the Arcadians before they come to the destroyed city or after? I can't remember exactly when that happens.
Oh,
I think it's before. I could be wrong, but he gets some help.
I think they do go to the Arcadians before they get to the city.
Yeah,
because I think that when they get to the city is when they start to kind of start saying, oh man, they like that they were gonna
they did
lose. And some of the Arcadians started kind of tripping out. Yeah.
Like it was a few thousand of them that met up with them, the Arcadians. And some Greeks.
He was like, we wish that their commitment would be as big as our own. You only got a few hundred. And he was like, you
here we go.
Arcadian, what's your profession? He's like, blacksmith. or one of them said a sculptor. Right? And something else. And then that was when the Spartans, what is your profession? Oh yeah.
A potter.
Crazy. A potter. Imagine them Spartans looking at them say that they potters and blacksmiths and sculptors. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, yo.
Yeah.
And that's what he says. Spartans, what is your profession?
It's
fucking awesome, dude.
See?
And they're like, oh,
Arcadian, I brought more soldiers than you did. Right?
So
straight up,
they as you know, as they are marching, they go to a city. I forget which city it is, but it's basically been destroyed. It's been burnt. It's burning. It's ransacked, and all they see is a child that comes running, and they're like, well, where's everyone else? And the child leads them to the tree.
Yeah, that was horrible.
And the imagery is shocking. But it sets it sets a point of what they're dealing with. Basically, if you haven't seen the movie, a lot of, I don't know if all of them, but a lot of the citizens have been wrapped tight. Their corpse are in this tree and just like in it, basically, not just hanging, like
men, women, children, everybody.
Like just graphically nailed into this tree or something, and it's quite shocking. So that's when it's starting to set in what type of enemy they're dealing with. So they know that there's a narrow corridor, if I remember correctly, that the Persian army, the hot gates, that they would have to pass through to get into their lands. And this is where the Spartans decide to make their stand, because it's very narrow. It's not wide. They have to pass through it, and the Spartans make their stand there. And I think I jumped ahead. They felt pretty good about themselves because remember they watched the storm that was sinking all the Persian ships.
Yes,
and everyone's excited except for one person who's not cheering, and it's Leonidas.
Leonidas.
He is like
steadfast.
That's the right word, Leon. He's steadfast in this situation. He's not like celebrating. He's like, hey, we got probably thinking, this is good, but there's no need to celebrate because, there's more to come.
We
Yeah.
haven't won yet.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, I don't even remember, guys. What happens? Is the fight next, or is it they come across that one guy, the Persian whipping the the guys, and they got they're building the little mountain of bodies and rocks.
Well,
And
yeah, no, they face off with some of the
does
some of
that
the
happen
fighters
first?
first,
Okay.
and
Okay.
then they use the bodies from that battle to build the
Yeah.
wall.
Okay.
Right, to
So
build a
the
wall.
first fight
He's
scene
like,
is okay.
Using
he's
the
like,
slaying
Spartans,
Persians.
lay down your weapons,
Yes.
right? And then he get hit with the shit coming up from across the thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Wait, or was that when he said, "Come and get them"?
I think that happened when the
I think
first
that
fight.
happened. Yeah, the first fight.
Yeah, he said.
And that first fight is awesome, dude.
Oh man, yeah.
Like you
The,
finally get to see the Spartans unleashed, and their training and their battle techniques, and of course
that's
with
when
the
he
Zack
gives.
Snyder style of cinematography and fighting, and
Oh, it's
yes, the slow
beautiful.
motion that is insanely awesome in this situation, as it is in all his situations. It looks beautiful.
And this is when Leonidas gives like the best speech ever. Well, the second best speech ever. Because he does another one that's amazing, but he gives that speech like, this is where we hold them, and the intensity in his face, and the way he's speaking to his men. I mean, it just reaches inside of your soul, and you're like, yeah, this is where we hold them, I guess. I'm like, where's my sword? How can I help?
Right.
It's just, it's
Retro was ready to go. She's
like,
like,
yeah,
"Yo,
Just
where's?"
waiting for this.
this is where they die. It's just like, it just gets you.
Give them nothing.
Yeah.
Take from them everything.
Everything.
I was like, "Yo, this
Oh
is where
man.
we fight.
Yeah.
This is where they die."
Yes.
Like, I was like, "Yo, yes,
Dude,
yo,
And
that doesn't get
yes."
your blood pumping. You have no pulse in your body.
oh
That's
yeah,
just like, wow,
it,
this is
incredible. And Gerard Butler, the way he delivers it is so powerful. The intensity in his face, and
Oh yeah.
also the art direction too. The way his helmet is showing and his eyes are kind of just peering through. They almost glow. And
that's true.
Very
it,
much inspired by the actual graphic
oh
novel and
yeah,
Frank
yeah,
Miller's art, big time. Like you can put them side by side, and it just looks
absolutely.
so damn mythological.
Oh yeah, wonderful. Just a wonderful scene.
So yeah, this fight scene is incredible. So
This is where
that's
he also does that walkthrough, where he just like,
Oh my God. Oh
that's
yeah.
right.
that's he kills like 50 guys right there.
Yeah,
Dude, it's awesome.
yeah, man.
That movie has to
Man.
have the best spear impalements, whatever, just getting hit by spears in a movie that I ever seen. It just looks great, dude. It's just
Bruh.
wow.
That's why when Batman pulled out that spear in BBS, I was like, "Oh shit! I know what Zach be doing with them
Yes,
spears."
sir. Yes, sir. 300 was one of the first movies that I'd seen in a very long time where you feel the impact from the movements. It's like, you ever watch a movie and it could be rated R, no handcuffs on the director, and you just don't feel the punches. You don't feel the weight, right?
Yeah, it's true, Leon.
You feel the weight of every fucking visceral act. You feel it all. You feel every
Because there's a
footstep.
couple where my stomach just goes, ooh,
Yeah,
wow, that's
man.
brutal.
You feel every
Ooh.
footstep. You feel every raindrop. You feel everything in that movie. It's like
Yeah.
everything has weight, and it feels real, and it feels surreal. Turned up, the volumes turned up to beyond 10. It's cracked. You know what I mean? Like you just feel it, bro.
I want to
It's
watch this
ridiculous.
shit right now, yo.
Me too.
I
Me
know.
too.
I was sitting here thinking about that part where he fights that big ass like dude, and he fucking sticks the sword through his bicep, and then he just like pulls it out, and I'm like, oh
Yeah.
my god, like yo, this movie is fucking insane, yo.
I
Like, yo.
remember sitting there just going, "Holy, this is wow, dude! Oh my god, this is great."
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Look,
was
every
hyped.
time one of them dudes fucking got their arm or like leg chopped off in slow motion, I was like, yo, this
Yeah.
is just crazy.
And you know, a lot of people rag on Zach for using the slow motion technique to kind of accentuate those moments, but it's putting you right in the middle of the battle. It's
Correct.
you know, it's just it's like, you know, when things happen in real life, sometimes it does feel like it's slow motion because you do catch things, you know, they feel surreal. And so like life slows down for you for a second, you know, and speeds up too, and speeds up.
Yo,
Well, it's and
people
too
don't
sometimes
realize, yo. Oh,
your memory slows it down too when you remember it back. Right?
Yeah.
If you had like a crazy situation, it's almost like you remember it back in slow motion. For me, I'm like,
Yeah, me
man,
too.
man, look, you be in these situations, that shit do be moving in slow motion. Do you know how many times that I've like watched a bullet go by? Like you can see them, right? Like you know,
Oh,
what I mean? Like literally, you can see them go by. So anybody that says that time does not slow down, it's like you're absolutely wrong. Like you perceive everything.
Sky, have you ever felt like water hit your eyelid and you've been able to block it with your eyelid? I feel
Crazy.
like, how do you know? I feel like subconsciously, like because this happened to me the other day and it reminded me of the Navy and it reminds me of military. Like I freaking, it's something stupid. A freaking water splash from the sink. It was just one water drop, and it hit me right in the eyelid. But I blinked, and when I did it, it's like I closed my eyes, but I didn't know it was gonna happen. It was weird. It's weird to explain. And I actually, I remember looking at who did I ask this to? One of my family members, and I said, "Y'all ever think about this?" And then I said the same thing I'm asking y'all, and one of them was like, "Get your Navy ass out." This military motherfucker. I'm just like, no, man, I'm just saying. But you're right, bro. It's like when you're in a heightened sense of awareness happens when there's action boiling around you, right? And like sometimes life can be kill or be killed in certain environments, and then you just get this adrenaline rush, and your senses are heightened. You're hearing everything's going on, and that's when you get to see who. And I'm not trying to act like, oh, I'm a badass or Sky's a badass or whatever. You know, not trying to speak for you,
I
but
already
like,
know where you're going. Yeah.
did you get this shit? You separate the fucking men from the fucking boys over that cliff when you are in a heightened sense of awareness, man. When your buddy's about to fly his ass off the flight deck, hand to God, and you're
yeah,
grabbing a piece of, it's called a pad eye. It's like it locks in the chain and attached to a jet. You grab a pad eye, and you're grabbing that motherfucker. And you're telling him, hold on to that equipment, motherfucker, because if we lose that, that's our ass. That's what I'm saying to him. And he's looking at me like, what the fuck? And I'm like, nigga, just hold on to that shit. We good. I got you, and I got this pad eye. We're not dying today. You know what I'm saying? That type of shit. And I can only imagine what the fuck Sky went through as a military army soldier. Like, you know what I'm saying?
on
So
the front lines. Yeah,
yeah, it just makes you, to me, it's like pressure busts pipes. Pressure creates pearls and diamonds, right? Like you become who you become, or or you don't. You know what I mean?
Or you
and
cease
that's
to
why
exist.
I wanted Sky and Leon on this 300 so bad from their
Hell
perspective
yeah. Hell
of
yeah.
these
that's
things. Because
Yeah.
priceless.
it's one thing for people to talk about it. It's another thing for people who lived it to talk about it. So it just makes it
Yeah. Speaking
so
from
much better.
experience is different,
Yeah,
for real. I can
and
only
we.
speak
I'm
as from
sorry, Austin. Go
my
ahead.
bad, my bad. I was gonna
No,
say it,
go.
the life and death thing, and building, uh, character or whatever. I can only speak as far as that goes from being a troublemaker as a kid and doing stupid shit, like jumping off of waterfalls that are, you know, closed down and are, you know, trespass and you shouldn't be there and stuff. And, you know,
I'm gonna
trying
say
not
this
to get
real
hurt.
quick. My homie
Yeah.
in the Navy, this cat named Whitmore, man. Shout out to him. That was like my white country ass homie. He used to say, "Man, it's WPS, brother. WPS. Shit that you ain't gonna do." White people
White
shit.
people shit.
Yeah, and he used to crack me because he used to do shit like that all the time. Go
Dumb white
hunting,
people
go
shit.
camping, go jumping over this and that. And I was like, bro. He'd be like, "Man, I already know what you're gonna say, Leon, but you want to roll with me? Hell, fuck no. I'm not
Yeah.
going." I used to take him to the club with me, and then he'd go do his, you know, his WPS.
Bro, and
He'd always invite me though. He was an
you're
awesome
right,
guy.
though. You're so right about that. Because and that white people shit always was dumb ass shit, bro. Dumb, and it would get like you're in life or death situations. So you look at your homie, you're like, "Yo, you got me?" Because if you don't, I might die right here. So you better have me right now. And
White
that's
people
the
shit.
experience that I can speak from. And in that moment, right, when your homie has you, right, when you grab your buddy on the flight deck, you know, from going off or whatever, in that moment, that you have an immediate bond for the rest of time because you're like, yo, we are alive together because of one another, and you can't break that bond ever. When you go through that, like that fire, and all it takes is one moment like that, and I feel like we saw that, you know, these Spartans had that all the time because they're
sure.
always fighting life and death, and that's why that bond was so strong, and you could see it. It's crazy how well it's portrayed in this movie, but you feel it. I mean, we're all talking about it right now, still, but you definitely feel that brotherhood, and you see why they're fighting so hard.
Yeah, I also wanted to mention that a lot of young boys didn't make it through the training, so a lot of them straight up just died.
Mhm.
Right,
Yeah.
right. They passed away from WPS too, bro. That was all white people shit.
Speaking of white people, we got Fraser Dawson.
We got Fraser in the building. What's going on, Fraser?
We got the token white dude. What's good?
Hey,
Fraser?
Shout out to Fraser.
Fraser is
Fraser.
always on my metal streams. If you watch my metal stuff,
Oh,
Fraser's
yeah.
there. He's great.
He's a character on Necron's channel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and but he is on he's one of the stars of Jamming Out All Badass with my friend Francisco's
shit.
channel. Oh, there you go.
Damn, that's clean.
Whoo,
That's
I knew you
clean.
had to have some
300.
nice one.
Did you wipe that off before you showed it, bro? Damn.
It's sparkling.
Yeah, boy, that's that steel book. I hadn't had a 300 steel book in like a few years, and they came out with this like what was like 2 years ago, I think. I was like, oh, I gotta get this. It looks like classic art.
Add to cart.
And well, anyway, Fraser,
Man,
that's
basically.
very nice, Leon. By the way, I knew you had a still book. I was waiting. I know you.
Absolutely. My bad for interrupting. I was just pulling
No,
it out.
I love it.
Show off.
What time to go slow? Cause I don't want to die. What time to go slow? I love it. I think he's trying to say is when you're gonna die, he doesn't want it to go slow.
Oh, he wants it to go fast.
Oh,
Right.
gotcha.
Yeah, that's Fraser, man. You got to kind of decode the
Yo.
things.
Well, I missed it in my bad, but speaking about that storm when they were just chilling on the cliffs, and I said in the chat, I don't know if you pulled it up, but they did mention the Greek gods like once at least during that because they spoke about Poseidon. They're like Poseidon,
right.
Yeah,
resurrecting them.
That is-
Yeah,
That is right.
Yeah.
And that storm and them building the wall of bodies. I know we're getting towards that point, but
Let's go ahead and talk about it because
So- the inspiration that because I'm gonna keep talking about how much this movie influenced me and the parallels that happened in the movie and also happened in my life and how it helps me remember my life because I think about this movie. And when they built the wall, they did it so they could funnel in where they wanted everyone to go if they got past them, right, that little valley. For cross country again, we had a home course, right? So you got to make your own course around the school and on the school grounds. And we were very lucky to be on like a mountaintop. So we're able to go like across streams in the woods and these different pines, up hills, down hills, back across the track. There was one portion where it was just a little stream when we first started making this trail. And that was when I was a freshman. And by the time I was a junior, we made it into a fucking river, dude. We dammed up this shit. We built it. We built it into that to where it was an obstacle course for other people, but for us, it was an advantage because we knew exactly where to cross. And other people would go into that shit and swim, and we would just skip across it because we knew where to step. And we wouldn't tell, obviously, the other team. We would just like show it, like, yep, just walk around here. This is where you walk around. And we were showing them the course. And then when it was due race time, we were like, yeah, that's a trap for you. That's exactly what every time I see this wall, I think about the river that we built and the trap that we built for our opponents. But it was our advantage. And I love this movie for that. They use it as their advantage, bro. It wasn't just a wall. They pushed it down on top of those motherfuckers. Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it was also
it was their weapon too.
Yeah, and it was also used to instill fear, to see their comrades all twisted up like that.
Look at all the people we killed,
Right.
Mm.
Probably also to not give away the number of personnel and soldiers that were there,
Okay.
It's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because you
don't know how many we
your
are.
line of sight is limited.
Oh my
there.
God,
Yep.
yeah.
And they're probably thinking there's this huge army behind them.
Because why would there be anything else, right? You see what we got. Why would y'all have why would y'all have less than 300, right? You're thinking there's got to be a swath, massive amounts of people, most definitely.
Because like we bought what, thousands, 100,000 soldiers.
We brought everybody,
and they're holding us off like that. It has to be this massive army, that's doing this. And
to support that idea, in the story in real life, this is actually the second time, the second part of the war. Xerxes, when actually his father and he attacked them before, and they actually had to go back home in defeat. So they were defeated by the Greeks before. This is their second time facing off with the Greeks. And so, they would have expected a huge army to face off with them. But yeah.
So the Persians lost to the Greeks, or the...
Yeah, they were driven back home.
The first time.
Yeah, the first time. And
nice.
Xerxes' father got sick, and he died, in between the two wars. And at that time, Xerxes, under the pressure of having to feel like he had to be as great as his father and his grandfather, felt like he needed to amass a huge army. So he spent 10 years doing just that, getting all of these different fighters from all over the world to be in his army.
That's why I say I got these warriors from all around the kingdom.
I'm so glad you're here for the history. That's what's up. You just added so many layers right there.
Oh yeah, that's massive news.
It's the whole sins of the father thing, huh?
Yeah, it helps to give a great motivation for the villain. Why does he want to take over, this little peaceful village? He, not only for the resources, but because it's a notch on his belt. He wants that title of being great,
Yeah,
he wants to do what his dad didn't do.
Yes,
right. He says
shout out to W. Bush, huh? Put a modern day parallel there, huh?
There you go.
He's somewhere in Texas, like, what?
Yeah, there's this wrong.
Hey man, I'm just painting now. Come on,
come on, no. Roll me up another. All right, but I agree though. It's really cool history, and that also furthers the point and makes more sense as to why the E4s didn't take the threat seriously, because they were like, yo, we beat these fucks already, so
they got paid off.
Yeah.
Yes.
They got paid off.
See, yeah,
Yeah.
Xerxes was really smart. He went into the kingdom already and put out his spies to pay everybody already. And even that one Senator Theron, he was paid off as well. So
Yeah.
he had people on the inside to advocate for him.
Just like modern
Yeah,
day
because
political corruption.
Subplot.
yeah, because they showed that big black dude who like Rick Ross with all the chains on his face and everything, who turned like absolutely black. Yeah, he was the
Oh,
one that was
yes.
like dropping the money off.
Yeah. Yep.
What
It
a
did look like
scene.
Rick Ross.
That was such an incredible scene because the way they blacked him
He
out
said,
and all you could see was his glowing eyes. What a great
Yeah.
moment.
I'm the fucking boss. I got
Yeah.
this coin to toss. I'm the boss. Take these
She feed
gold,
me lemon pepper.
these gold coins to toss.
He did.
Yeah.
Looking like Rick Ross, dude. What the fuck? That's so
Tell me he ain't like Rick Ross.
accurate.
He did.
We
But
did.
yeah, touching
We
on what
said that shit
Retro
back then.
That got me.
what Retro said, man, that's more of that Zack Snyder, he looks at the comic book page and he's like, I'm gonna bring this to life. You know what it reminded me of? This movie also? Sin City. Because Sin
Yes.
City was like the
Oh,
first to
yeah.
really be
Yeah.
slave to the material. You know what I
Frank
mean?
Miller
In a
again.
great way. If Frank Miller again.
Yeah.
Where all these okay, so real quick, Zack Snyder to me with this film, because I didn't know exactly who this guy was. You know what I'm saying? Like this movie made me look his name up, right? I was like, man, he reminds me of the Wachowskis. If the Wachowskis and Michael Bay had a baby with more talent, and I'm not saying they're
Oh,
talentless.
damn.
I'm not saying that. Michael Bay's
Nah,
dope.
but you're right.
And the Wachowskis are dope. But if the Wachowskis and Michael Bay had a baby with more talent, with more vision, right? Who had more of an ability to play with technology and the art form, out comes Zack Snyder, right? I know every little nerdy cinephile who is the antithesis of a Zack Snyder fan is gonna hear this and be like, well, that's why we hate him. Well, that's why we love him, because he's on that big action, but all the big action makes sense. It drives the story as opposed to just being window dressing. The slow motion helps to get you immersed in the action as opposed to just a Vanity Fair.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff, man.
Yeah, it's
Bro.
not just pretty explosions everywhere. It's everything has a meaning, even the action.
Look, we have to understand something, all right? People that hate on Zack Snyder are failed film directors and
Ooh.
people that, you know what I'm saying, that have like not
Failed
been able to
writers.
do good shit
Absolutely.
in Hollywood. Failed writers. Look, you can tell they say shit like, he's just a visual director.
Oh, damn.
Man, look, bro, first of all, not only are movies a visual medium, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a visual medium, but also
So he's succeeding on all levels there.
right. He tells the story within the frame on a lot of these things.
Facts.
Right? And you have to watch it and you have to engage with it, right? Just like old boy said on Army of the Dead, like in order to understand a work, you have to engage with it, right? Like you literally have to watch what's going on, because a lot of this stuff is visual storytelling with visual cues and stuff like that. And when you pair him with even a writer that's half decent, you get great movies. When you pair him with a top tier writer, you get shit like Batman versus Superman. Right. So like hey,
AKA a masterpiece.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's all good, right? But yeah, just I'm tired of this Zack Snyder slander because people can't copy his visual flair. So they try to downplay it and be like, oh, he's only good at that. But in reality, he's just a fire director all around.
Quick question to the panel, right?
And I want to add to his comment after.
Has anyone ever
Sorry about
heard?
That,
oh, you good? Has anyone ever heard one of the great auteurs of our time ever slander Zack Snyder?
No.
No, right?
No.
And we know that, directors and writers and every people in the industry, they don't really tend to do that. But what you do hear is praise. I've heard just about every major auteur say something about Zach. Even the one that's currently killing the box office, James Cameron.
Thanks.
He's talked about Zack Snyder quite a few times. You know what I mean? So it's
Christopher
like
Nolan,
Christopher, bro.
Martin Scorsese.
Bro,
you're like, yo.
Chris Nolan has literally handpicked Zack Snyder to make movies and put his company on Zack's back as far as production, bro. Like, this could be a whole other conversation. So we ain't got to get all deep into it. But just know that everybody listening, we don't care if you like Zack Snyder because Chris Nolan does. And James Cameron does, et cetera, et cetera.
Great filmmakers of our time.
Actual filmmakers and auteurs. Yeah. Right, actual auteurs. So, anywho.
Yeah.
Quentin Tarantino too, right?
Yeah.
I think so too. Like, come on, man.
He spoke highly of him being ballsy enough to get his film out.
Right. Damn.
He said it was groovy.
Goofy, bro. That's a nice way to put it. What are all those directors, especially like Nolan has a very cutthroat example. Well, what I get from 300 specifically, and the visuals and all that stuff, the imagery that we get from it, to me it represents a lot of theater actually, and like live plays. Because I watched a lot of those actually. My mom brought me to a lot of plays growing up as a kid, and I saw the show of a play and the visuals that they work with and the tricks that they play with lighting and effects and props and whatnot. And I kind of got a lot of that from this movie. And I feel like, the best example, like these directors also respect plays because there's acting and there's a showmanship in that as well. And to be captivating on a stage and go through a whole story, you have to be a good actor, right? You have to have that type of talent, and they respect that talent. And if anyone was like, "Oh, I don't see that," well, why did Christopher Nolan put a whole play scene in Batman Begins, and go to those lengths for that? Like, they respect plays for sure. They respect the theater, and you definitely get that emotion, that attachment from these performances, like especially by Leonidas, because there's such graphics, such huge characters, and they draw you in that you're not really focusing too much on the background. That's just a part of the set. The real focal point is the actor, because they're moving the story the whole time.
Correct.
Yeah.
So we're gonna start jumping ahead in the story a little because if you haven't watched the movie, I think we compelled you enough to go there and watch it. So the next battle that comes along, we get these characters introduced called the Immortals.
Mm-hmm. I love those guys.
Immortals.
Let's put them up. The
so
Immortals.
Cool. What a
there
cool
we go.
image. Yeah.
Today we put their name to the test.
I love that line, Sky. That's so awesome.
Guess what though? Guess what the imagery for this, the parallel that I grabbed from that, and sports fans will enjoy it.
What's that?
What is the opponents, right? We respect them and all that, but who are our opponents? They're just nameless gray faces, bro. Just like the Immortals.
Yeah.
That's all they are. Nameless.
You almost gave them too much props there, but I get what you're saying. But I feel you. The Immortals were actually kind of badass.
No, they're definitely, they scared the shit out of me, dead ass.
But
the Immortals are like the top tier, like what, assassins of
they got the
Cersei's army,
Mm-hmm.
And
almost
absolutely
the narrator
inhuman, I would say, because
there was a lot of fantasy there. Huh?
That's one of the biggest parts of the movie with the Immortals when they rip the mask off. They're not human. I don't know what the hell they are. They're
right. That's what I was gonna say, dude. They're scary to me. Legit scared. I was like, damn, what the fuck?
But these Spartans are slaying them.
Yeah.
True.
Well, and
so who's scarier than if you're on the other side and you're just a regular Persian soldier and you're watching these Spartans just wipe out the top
Who's
Yeah.
scarier?
Yeah.
warriors of the Persian army.
Yeah.
Like that, what type of mind game must that be doing to the Persians? To see these Spartans just slaying them, probably never saw them slayed before ever. Because usually when the Immortals, I'm sure, went in, the game was over. Everybody, the other side was destroyed.
Well, I have a little information about the immortals in real
Let's
life.
hear it.
No, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yes, I went to.
The immortals, their key factor was that they had a large number of people. So the reason why they were called the immortals was because when one died, another one would just pop up, or another three would just pop up. So they were well trained, and they were super soldiers, if you will. But they were also like, anytime one died, they would just have more numbers to kind of replace the ones that died. So that's why they were called the immortals. And so it just didn't seem like you were ever going to kill them all.
Right, because you slay one, and here's another one. Here's another. Like, well,
Yeah.
how many? When does this stop?
A
Yeah.
better
And
name would have probably been the Endless then.
Yeah.
okay. And their masks are just, if you're a little kid and you're seeing this movie, it's got to be one of the coolest things to see a bad guy or a group of bad guys with masks like this. It's just it's not so much that they're super scary, but they are intimidating, and
Right.
they just have this sort of old school. It almost looks like statues coming to life. That
It
has a
reminds me of
magical.
samurai.
Yeah,
Reminds me of
definitely
samurai.
very Asian, Japanese warrior looking,
Samurai.
but supernatural
Mhm.
hints to them as well. Obviously, and that's in the
Samurai
movie.
mixed with ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love those guys. I thought they were fantastic when I saw them on screen. I mean, I wasn't rooting for them or anything, but yeah, I love seeing the
No,
battle between them. And
you gotta admit, sometimes when the other side has badass soldiers, you got to give credit where credit's due. Like
yeah.
they're badass.
Absolutely.
But we got an outstanding comment from Fraser Dawson. He says, "I wish I can live forever in heavy metal lands, but reality check, I know it's not going to happen. Frick that." So take it as you will. Maybe Francisco can figure that out.
Y'all remember that line?
I'm sorry, what
was
was it
that
again?
When he told what was his name? Infeltes, he was like, "May you live forever."
Oh, yeah. That was a huge insult.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
Huge insult.
Well, we got to talk about that part. That's a major
Yeah.
part of the movie. So during the march to the gates, they were being followed by I guess you would say deformed person.
Oh yeah, deformed person. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ain't gonna spice it. Try to politically correct it. The guy's deformed and like a hunchback, or something like that. But he wants to be a Spartan so
Yeah.
bad because his dad was a Spartan.
Yeah.
And he even, make a long story short, he gets to talk to Leonidas. He wants to join.
Yep.
And Leonidas says, "Lift your shield," and he can't lift it high enough.
Yeah.
As the Spartans can to protect himself, which Leonidas explained. If you can't do that, as you were saying earlier, that's a break in the chain.
Yeah.
It won't work, so that's a no-go. But he doesn't totally turn them away. He says you can still be helped. You can help the men, carry bodies off the field if you want to be a part of it. Well, he is totally insulted
Right.
by this and is basically destroys them. Like,
Well, he was so distraught. He was just like, he was gonna kill himself, and he jumps over a cliff. But when he jumps over the cliff, he doesn't die.
I forgot about that.
Dude.
He doesn't die. So he just was like, all right, I guess I'll go to the bed. I'll do something with my life.
I can be a Spartan. Leonidas. I can be a Spartan.
Leonidas.
But here's the thing that really interests me about this this part of the story. Leonidas is not doesn't tell him no because he's deformed
No,
necessarily.
Oh,
Because if
Not
he
at
was
all.
deformed,
He gave him a chance.
he did.
yeah,
He's
if
like,
he
well,
was
show me what he
deformed,
basically said. Show me what
but
can you do this?
yeah, if he could have raised his shield, he would have been in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
But
Mhm.
he's like, yo, you're
There's
kind
no
of jacked.
shortcuts for Spartans, you know.
yeah,
You have to pass. And if you
Like,
can't
shit, bro.
pass
Yeah.
the test, you're not in, you know. No special
Yeah.
favor, sorry.
I wish
But-
he said. I wish he said, "Go get a bigger shield, dude," and then maybe come back after that. Maybe then we can get you.
The Austin Boyd.
You have a
Bigger
tactical
shield.
weakness on your shoulder, my friend. I am sorry, but
Who were those groups of people that came with him that had the jobs? I forgot what they were.
Arcadians.
The
right?
Arcadians.
The
Yeah, the
Arcadians.
Arcadians weren't Spartans, right?
yeah,
They
didn't
had
have
used-
the training.
Oh, and remember
Right.
when the
So
Arcadians
they
came
made
into
use
fight
of them.
too?
Oh, that's
Exactly.
right.
They came in to help
down-
them fight the help them fight the Immortals.
They
So
came through the side, yeah.
just for Retro's point, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not like Leonidas totally threw the guy away.
No, he
It's
was
just
still
like,
wondering,
bro,
like,
you
there's
can't be a
spot for
warrior.
you.
But you can definitely, you could be the water boy or something. I don't know.
Tend to the battlefield, right?
hmm Everybody's got some use.
Care for the wounded, bring them water.
And remember
Right.
too,
Absolutely.
That means a lot, that really means a lot to be able to help in the battle in that way. But
See?
he didn't
he didn't see it that way.
I think it was because in the story what's his name?
FELTs.
Ephialtes, yes, Ephialtes. His mother was the one who saved him from being killed at birth, and she was the one who was really feeding him a lot of these stories about being a Spartan warrior and how amazing he was gonna. It was so she kind of brainwashed him in a way into this this life that he ends up going for,
Absolutely. I think
Yeah,
that was
I didn't
world's
even know
first
that
beta.
part. So
Yeah.
the world's
no.
first beta.
You know what
I
I
don't
was
even think
gonna
a
say?
beta would even try to be a Spartan, though.
Nah, you know what I was gonna
That's
say?
real.
It was his ego that got in his way
Oh,
at the end of the day. He couldn't just go with the plan.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
No, that's a beta thing to let
Leonidas
your ego get the best of
had
you.
a plan, and he's like,
Mhm.
yo, this is how I can use you.
yeah.
That wasn't good enough for him. He said, nah, I want to be used like this. You're right. And if I can't be used like this, then I'm not rocking with you, period.
And yes, and that's the
Terrorist
difference
demand.
between him and the rest of the soldiers. The rest of the soldiers are about the team, and they had a bigger cause in mind. Ephialtes was
Tell him,
in for
Retro.
himself. Yeah, he was into
Tell him.
the thing for himself, and that's why he was pretty much led astray. I mean, it's
Well,
a
too-
sad
I'm
tragedy.
gonna tell you the real reason why, man. It was because Leonidas said, "This is 300, not 301." Okay? So listen, you're throwing off the digits. I got this at the
301
perfect.
doesn't roll off the tongue.
Round it up to 301. You're trying to add one more. This doesn't sound right. So I don't. mm-mm.
Oh man.
Nah, this is crazy because, like,
But well said, Retro.
Oh,
we
thanks.
be we be seeing this in real time, yo. Even today. You know what I'm saying? Like, stuff be working. Everybody
Yeah.
like, let's just do something else. It's like,
From
Very
fatal
good.
mistakes, from fatal mistakes to trying to change up hashtags. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Everybody's like, hey,
Crazy. Shit is trash.
so he
You got Sky
betrayed
rolling, dude.
that's one of the weirdest parts of the film, though, is when you see him go through that little tent.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know how
weird
far
stuff
ahead
going
that's
on.
skipping. I don't know how far
No,
ahead that's
we're
skipping.
gonna start wrapping up because we're at 2 hours already. So
Okay.
so
Yeah,
yeah, let's
that's
go ahead and
one of
talk
the
about
weirdest
that.
things, dude. The goat that's in there, all the ladies and shit. It's like, what is going on here? What
Yeah.
kind of
Oh,
weird freak fest is this?
Oh,
That's when you're
it became pretty satanic, huh?
yeah.
Yeah.
it was, you know,
What little
I
tidbits
can't
do we have? What little tidbits does Retro have on all that? What
Oh,
little?
well, okay, yes.
well, that's all
Well,
the mysticism too, and all the
yeah,
trickery, and yeah,
that's part of Delios's you know, making the Persians look like they're evil. But there's another part to it, where we have Xerxes, and he is, in my position, he is the representation of temptation. Because remember,
Mm,
he did try to tempt Leonidas to kneel to him, to you know, to give up.
That is
Um,
true.
and you see how he was provocatively touching Leonidas, and he was behind him, whispering in his ear. And so he does the same thing to Ephialtes, where he's sort of uh, offering him everything that he could possibly imagine. You know, and and because Ephialtes doesn't have this training of the Spartan, has a weak mind, has been taught to be individualized. He is not. He is ready to just fall into the trap of falling for the temptation, and
yeah.
so he's like, "Oh, can I be a general?" And you know, Xerxes is like, "Yeah, whatever. Yeah." He doesn't care.
Oh yeah, of course.
imagine how unaware you are of yourself. You lack so much self-awareness that you're asking, "Can I be a general?" What?
Yeah,
Yeah,
What?
facts.
What, bro?
And do you see yourself?
Good
yeah,
Lord.
yeah,
Did we not invent
This
mirrors yet?
man.
And those are the type of people that ruin great things because he, you know,
That's what we call a parallel, kids.
that's what we're seeing happening in real time. As Sky was saying, you know, he gave away the secrets of the land to the Persians that let them know that there was another route
yeah,
that they could go around and basically, you know, surround Leonidas and his 300.
yeah.
Was
And they
our
were go ahead,
I'm-
go ahead,
I was gonna
Austin.
say, was our homie the narrator with Leonidas at that point? Like, who was the guy who was with Leonidas when uh the guy?
His name
The,
is Dilly. Oh, you mean the one that ended up wearing the eye patch, or
Yes, was he
yeah,
with
the
him
iPad.
at that point when the guy tried to join?
Yeah, I believe
yes,
so.
yes.
At first, yes.
And like I think like a couple of scenes later, then Leonidas told him to go home.
Okay,
And we,
because
Yeah,
It was right before the last
the battle.
battle,
Bro.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet you he was thinking as soon as they got portrayed, he was like, "Motherfucker! I knew that. I knew he was gonna be a problem, yo. I knew he was gonna be a
Austin
problem.
sniffing them out.
Leonidas had to be nice and shit. What the fuck, man? We should have just killed his ass, bro. What the fuck?
And
Look
what
at
did
his
he do with
face.
that goodwill he gave to him? You know,
Yeah,
just threw it in
exactly.
his face and betrayed him.
Ah, man. But hey, fate is
Mhm.
always on the right side, in my opinion. And
Now
we'll
y'all know
talk.
why I am so harsh on people. You know what I mean? Because it's that military lifestyle, the military thought process. Um, you know, I know the fandom has seen me and heard me be a certain type of way, you know, and that shit ain't gonna change. I'm
It
just gonna
ain't out of
I'm gonna
pocket.
continue
Yeah.
to be me, but I'm just letting you know why, like, I'm like that. I've seen hunchbacks, so to speak. I've seen this deformed. What's his name?
FELT.
I've seen plenty of those in the military. Too many of them, you know.
That's facts.
And I've warned the homies, this is what they look like, you know. And they could be 6'2", well-to-do gentlemen, right? But there's something missing in their mind. There's a lack of drive, passion, a lack of integrity, a lack of respect. You know what I mean? And you can spot it a mile away. And I've never been the type that needs friends, so I'm quick to point that out, and I'm quick to be like, yeah, you're dead to me, and you don't belong to the crew. And sometimes to my own detriment, where people, man, you too harsh, you too this, you too that. All right, cool. And then I get a phone call, yo, L, what up? Yo, dog, you was right. I know. I'll accept my apologies when I see you next time. and I've always lived that way, bro. It is what it is. I've seen too much as a kid, and it helped me in life. So, anyway, yeah, if that was probably Leonidas's one flaw. As a leader, he tried to be cool with the beta. You know what I mean? But it happens.
It also shows you though that like nobody's perfect.
Right. Like I tell them all the time. I will tell y'all. I will always tell y'all something straight up that's on my mind before I let something slip. But go ahead. Because ain't nobody gonna catch it slipping.
I'm just gonna say something real quick too. A great leader once told me, do you want to hang with lames? And I decided when I heard those words, I was like, no, I don't. And that put it into that.
Yeah, what rapper was that, bro? What the fuck? Who's that?
Basically,
was that in a metal song?
No. That was in Still Nation. That's all.
Oh yes.
Yes, now you guys know. No, I don't hang with
you had a good counseling, so to speak.
Yes. Yes, I had a good counseling.
Yes, sir.
From the great counselor.
Retro's like, what is happening?
It's funny. Yes. It's funny because I'm literally
I'm filling in the details.
Wait, we'll just stop here with that.
I'm literally before we stop. That's what I mentioned.
Before we stop.
That's what I mean when I say like I don't mind telling y'all when we're having our councils, like what's up, even if I look like the guy that's like this motherfucker man, he's so paranoid. I don't care. I will let it be known. I'd rather be paranoid than say, damn it, I knew this was coming and I should have said something. You know what I'm saying?
We've been there
That's
already.
a fact.
We've been there already. Sky's been in that very position, so we kind of
yes.
learned from our homies.
That's why we rock so well together. But anyways, continuing 300.
So
yeah, dude.
Let's talk about when Cersei's and Leonidas have their one-on-one.
Ooh.
Before we wrap it up, because remember that's kind of important to the movie too. That Cersei's comes by him, well, not by himself on a giant freaking podium, basically king's chair being carried by like 20 men or something like that.
I like how he walks down the steps onto the backs of men.
Oh, I know, and they fall over a step.
That's pretty sick. I'm like, damn. They have to all kneel, and he steps on him as he descends from his throne. Very great scenery. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's basically giving Leonidas the same conversation, that he heard earlier in the movie from the emissaries, and Leonidas isn't having it. He's like, no. But does he say something about that a god can bleed or something of that nature too? Am I remembering that wrong?
He said, yeah. He said that they will know that a god king can bleed, or that even a god king can bleed.
Even a god king, yeah.
That's it. Even a god king can bleed. Just like Batman telling him.
I was just about to say that, right?
We all wait to say it. I know.
You bleed.
You will. Oh my.
Yo, did you remember the face Superman made? He was like, "Who the fuck does dude think he is? Bro, this dude tripping. What the fuck?
Out of his fucking mind."
I love that even after Superman flew away, he heard Batman say, "You will."
You will.
He's like, bro. He still heard that shit. He's like,
oh yeah.
And Batman probably knows. He's like, I've studied this guy enough to know he probably has heightened senses. So you will.
Yeah, and I know you heard me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he knows
I
that
said it.
it was heard.
That was such a cold ass part. Cause Superman just threatened the shit out of him. He like, bruh, the badge is dead. Consider this mercy. Like, you
He's
know,
getting down the
oh,
Batmobile all broken up, taking it,
and
still not broken.
and most importantly, he said, next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. Right?
And
What does
Batman was the one who shined it himself.
You know?
What a defiant motherfucker.
Bruh.
That's why he
And
said,
then-
"Well, here I am."
That's why,
Well,
yo, it was
Here I am.
Like, yo, motherfucker, I turned the light on.
That shit was
Straight up.
fire, bro. That shit was fire. So shouts out to Zach, man.
Zach is just great, dude. Great,
Yeah.
great director. Touches on so many people on so many levels.
And,
We
and
need
what
this
if,
guy to make more movies like
Hey,
this.
this is why these hashtags are so important,
yeah.
right? We gotta finish the conquest, y'all. Real talk, man. I'm sitting
Yeah,
here.
that's
thinking
why I
about
want to
this shit.
transition to. So basically,
I'll
300
wait.
is awesome. You need to see it, and he proves the God King that he does. He can bleed, but I don't want to give away the final end of the movie. If someone out here who ends up watching this, you need to watch the movie to see the conclusion.
Because, bro, I have it on. It's beautiful, man.
He's watching it right now.
I couldn't help it. I was like, I gotta put
I'm
this
about
thing
to put
on,
it
bro.
on.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
Like the zoom in on Leonidas. I want to say a phalanx, but it's not a phalanx actually. It's when they're in that shell. It's pretty much a gigantic shield, and they're just waiting for him, and he's the only one standing outside of it. Not gonna give away the rest, but God, that's a beautiful scene.
Isn't
Before we
it?
go any further,
Yes.
I wanted to say, I want to hear what Retro was about to say, because she was like, I want to
Thank you for saying that.
I forgot
Oh, yeah.
what it was.
Floor is yours.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
dang.
forgot what it was.
I'm sorry. I was like, oh, I want to hear this little
Aw.
nugget of wisdom she's about to drop on this.
Was it about the end of the movie? Maybe
It was
something-
about the bleeding and the God King.
That's what we're talking about?
No,
No.
it was
Maybe
something else.
we can jog our memory, but one of my favorite visuals from this movie, and I always take with me whenever I'm in a moment that's like stressful, I feel overwhelmed, I just need to like get away in my own head. I think of Leonidas walking through the field of reeds and just touching the reeds,
Oh,
and
yeah.
like how the sun must have felt like on his skin when he was walking through that, and like the breeze. I try to think of how it smells. Like I go right back to that whole scene.
That's
I
cool.
don't even think about the kid, like his wife or anything like that. Now I have a lady to think about to put there in that scene, but I didn't think about that before. It was just like an empty field where it was just me. If I was overwhelmed, there's like too many people around me. If you're in an airport, you feel like anxiety. I always think about that scene and that parallel of just like, yo, he was by himself, just feeling the reeds through his hands, and he looked so like at peace.
Yeah.
You see
Sparta.
him,
That's his
Yeah.
home. Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
And Zach does that in his Justice League too. When Superman
Yes.
comes back, he has a lot of
Absolutely.
moments where Superman's just feeling around nature. It's like it's connecting back to nature again somehow. And I love those somber moments that the characters get a chance to breathe and feel like they're real.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
like Superman is back home,
At his
and the
home.
man,
Yeah.
and he's been dead, and it's just like, oh, how safe and good do you feel when you're at your home, and where you love to be with your loved ones, and
Right.
Superman's journey. That's why that some people like us, we really watch the movies and try to figure out what's going on with the scene, and that's, to me, like what Austin was saying, that's home. That's where you're at peace and happy,
Yeah.
to be. Not everybody's
Mhm.
happy when they're home. I know that too. I'm not trying to say that, but in in the movie, that's what I think they're trying to convey in those type of messages.
Yeah. and
That's what they're fighting for.
Yeah, the
Yes.
home, the peace.
Yes.
You go
Yes.
to war to have the peace, and that's the duality of life, and also the duality of theater and cinema is the happy and the sad. You see the smile face with the frown face, and that's why I feel like this movie was
Okay.
so great, because of how well it captured both of those emotions and how it made you feel. Like you see Leonidas at war so many times. You see him happy, right? But he's also kind of like a sinister happy when he's at war. He's not truly at peace. Like, and he's at peace if he can just be with his wife, his queen, and their kids, and he can just teach them, how to grow up. And then you see like him fantasize about that, like that Field of Reeds. And I man, with the messaging that Zack Snyder did in this movie alone, and the way that we see it also in other movies, it speaks volumes. And I'm glad that he kind of dips in to his works, like his masterpiece works, and kind of features them in his new projects. When Zack Snyder's Justice League was new, and he was looking at how to portray the Amazons, he was like, what do I have already that portrays these warriors? Oh, Spartans. Oh, okay, like easiest thing. And he did it, and he tweaked it, obviously, so it wasn't just copy and paste.
Oh, sure.
And
they still have their own flavor. Yeah.
You felt also those too. Yeah.
Who else did he give that semi-sinister smile to on the battlefield?
Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Boom.
Wonder Woman and
first one,
Hippolyta.
She definitely wasn't in the corner crying.
Exactly.
And there's no paper trail.
Dare you
for that,
do that
bro.
to Wonder Woman?
Dude,
all right,
so sweet.
We're gonna go on a tangent, so
we love it. That's the point, though. These movies brings discussion, it brings conversation, and that's why we're still.
I don't know if I want to talk about Wonder Woman 84, bro.
Nah. That's a roast. That's not a discussion. That's a roast, bro.
Well, I haven't seen it yet, so I wouldn't have an opinion on it. Yeah.
Wait, which one? What movie?
I wonder why. I wonder why Retro hasn't seen Wonder Woman 84.
Oh, yeah. You ain't missed nothing.
Nah, don't worry about that.
No, you definitely didn't miss nothing.
Nah.
Definitely aren't missing a damn thing.
Retro, you know how Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder's wife told him not to see Justice League.
Yeah.
We're here. The cool table is here to tell you don't watch Wonder Woman 84. Dude.
It will literally waste
it'll ruin
2
Wonder
hours
Woman
of your
for
life,
you.
and it'll make you like, what did I just watch?
If you want a good laugh, maybe, I guess, because it's hilarious to watch in hindsight.
Watch
It's
it
hilarious.
that.
If you're
right,
if you're a diehard Wonder Woman fan, it's gonna piss you off.
Yo.
Yeah.
You know who was most mad? My mom. She's a huge Wonder Woman fan. She loved the first one, and she will tell you in a hot second what was that bullshit second movie. She'll tell you in a hot second. She was like, "Yo, like, where was her sword and shield, and like, what was this? What was up? Like, what? Yo, that shit was terrible."
That's funny, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand how you can give her a sword and then just have it like not even be a factor.
Bro.
Oh, so you'll just hate the movie.
Weird.
Oh,
Excuses were weird. They were saying like she didn't need him or whatever, and whatever they were trying to say.
Gave it away.
But I'm just like,
no, she can lasso lightning.
Cheetah.
What the fuck are we talking about, bro?
When she fought Cheetah, that would have been the time to get the sword and the shield, right? But instead, they put her in the giant golden suit that kind of was pointless in the movie, except to make action figures.
Yeah, that was so dumb.
Pretty much.
She had it on, and then it served no purpose, and she just took it off. It's like, okay.
Now, and Cheetah was when they faced off, she was losing her power, right? Because Cheetah was kicking her butt.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
I believe so.
True? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. At least I'll be.
Then she was getting beat up by wind at the end. She didn't take off she didn't take the suit off all the way. She took off the wings, I think.
And the helmet.
But then the rest were. I think she kept the suit on.
Yeah.
Which was even worse. You have the golden suit on, and you're getting your ass kicked by wind. I don't know. It was weird.
Then
Anyway.
the Maxwell Lord thing, bro. Like, oh my goodness.
It was tough. It was tough to say the least. And she did not bring scissors to the paper fight. She got owned by paper. The whole
when the paper hit her in the face.
Yeah,
for that brief second, that joke was funny, bro.
She was rocked, dog.
Why would they put that in the film? I thought that was something that somebody created.
Nope.
On
No, that's for real. That's for real.
That was real.
She got
I thought that was
cuts.
like a meme.
No, she didn't get cut by cheetahs. She got paper cuts.
Oh my god, that's wild.
It's almost like they were trying to make fun of Gal Gadot or something. It was like
it was tough.
Somebody doesn't like her in the production company.
Read. Look at these papers.
It was,
Lord.
It was terrible.
See, look, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think that Wonder Woman 2017 was more of a love letter to the Superman Donner films, right? Because
oh dang,
referring to this comment,
that it was just kind of switched, right? Where you had the superpowered character, you know, be the woman, and it was super dope. Like that movie's incredible. Like I love that movie.
Amazing.
But at the same time, Wonder Woman 84 was trash, yo. That movie was trash. Like
it's tough.
Yo. Oh yeah. I mean, her lassoing the clouds.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
She
like,
fly. What is she doing?
And what's wild is Zach always said that he was gonna have her fly, but that was ridiculous. Like she lassoing the clouds.
The thing is, she technically was flying in like Zack Snyder Justice League. The way Wonder Woman flies is not like it's not like Superman or Martian Manhunter where it's like a propulsion from the body or telepathy. Her flying is like she leaps and then she glides like a bird does. You know how birds, they can flap and glide. So she can glide and kind of soar in that manner. You know what I mean? It's like a weird thing. It's almost kind of like the Hulk bouncing. Like when the Hulk bounces, he bounces high. So that's how she kind of flies. And to keep her momentum, they showed her lassoing lightning, which was cool, I think, but it's just in a dumbass movie.
Cool.
She was lassoing clouds towards the end. Am I not mistaken?
There was no lightning. She was flying.
Lassoing the lightning
part was stupid.
Oh, look, lassoing the lightning. You will never hear me say that that's not dope. Okay.
Right.
I ain't gonna sit here and cap, but I saw her lassoing clouds, my dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that part was stupid.
She was pulling Spider-Man PS2 where you just lassoing clouds. And
Ain't no buildings.
How's he doing this?
In the middle of the desert.
In a building there. What the fuck am I going on to? What the fuck?
Yeah, nah. See, this is why I didn't want to talk about 84. This is exactly why I want to go down this rabbit hole.
We're going to change subjects anyway, because what I want to talk about.
Oh, sorry.
What was anybody else?
I thought Retro was going to say something.
Oh yeah, well, I was gonna say that I like bad movies sometimes, so maybe this will be something I might enjoy for fun.
I don't know, Rich. Well,
I'm gonna say this without saying any details on the air, but I have something planned. Let's not say anything else. Yeah. And Retro, we'll let you know later on.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, All right. Yeah. For sure. I've always had her in mind for that, but because I mean, why not? It's right up her alley, bro.
She just said she was down.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, this is gonna work.
All right.
But what I want to talk about now, before we wind it down, we're pretty much all in agreement. 300 is one of the greatest freaking films I ever seen. I think the panel agrees. They really love it as well. So highly recommend the film. But I want to talk about these hashtags I have scrolling across the bottom of the screen. And a couple of things I heard today on some of the bigger streams about how this is a rumor. And I didn't like that because that wasn't the proper phrasing. This is a hashtag movement. There's not a rumor being put around.
What? A rumor.
Yeah,
We started it. We are
the
the rumor.
Campia went live and basically said, "There's a rumor going around that Netflix is going to buy the Snyderverse," and they're just getting it all wrong.
A rumor,
What?
dude.
Yeah,
That's
and I'm
like-
like, where did they get this from being a rumor? I mean, they know, and I know it's
So
like a
funny.
hit piece, whatever. But I mean, hey, they got the conversation out, so that's the W on that part. But their info
gosh.
was all wrong.
Can I just
And,
say something briefly?
No, say all you
These
want.
are the these are the these are the same gentlemen. I'll be professional here. These are the same gentlemen that profusely argued with people like me, and if I'm not mistaken, literally me at one point, among obviously much higher level people in the fandom back in the day, that the release the Snyder Cut didn't even exist. They were profusely refuting it and telling us we're industry insiders and we know this person and that person and blah 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 blah. How do you know? You don't know. It's impossible. And I argued with Campia on Twitter, if I'm not mistaken, before he shut down because he took a hiatus. This dude told people, various people, not even just me, obviously, that, oh, it's impossible. It's impossible that a film will have another edit. Have you never, bro, Blade Runner exists. My dude,
How
Blade
many?
Runner has like, I have every version of Blade Runner. I have every version. I have every version of Watchmen, which would lead you to believe that Zack Snyder does a shit ton of versions of his movies. So you're telling me that Justice League wouldn't have another version? They just burnt up the rest of the footage. It just or just never existed. So it went from that to like, if it exists, it needs to be 80% finished or 90. It's a bunch of bullshit. So they were wrong about everything for years when it came to the Snyder Cut. So I would already understand and get why these gentlemen wouldn't do the modicum of research that it would take to see that it's a hashtag movement, not a rumor. You know what I mean? It takes like a sliver of research. You just jump on Twitter and just ask a motherfucker, have you heard of this thing here? Can you lead me in the right direction? And yeah, it's over here. And whether you like us or not, I'm pretty sure somebody points you in the right direction.
And
That's what I had to say about that.
One of the things that was bugging me too that they said was, why don't you, put this energy into Rebel Moon and support what Zach's
Yeah, as
doing
soon
now?
as
We
And
are.
I'm
they
like,
get something,
they
a lot
said
of
that,
people are
dude.
saying
They
that.
Are
said
you
that.
serious, bro?
On
They
Twitter,
said
on
that.
Twitter.
And I
Yeah.
was
Well, I
just
know
like,
Twitter's been saying that, but Robert said that and Campia said that.
I would hate to say it, but Robert did say that as well.
Oh my
I kind
god.
of felt a little knife in the gut hearing that. I was like, oh, that's not true, and you know
I
it.
feel like I'm repeating myself, but I've said this before and I'm gonna say it again, man. Rebel Moon does not need a fight. It is in production. It's going to come out. It has a fucking date of release. It doesn't need anything except for the audience to wait for it. That's why we're not putting our quote unquote energy towards it. There's nothing to be energized about. We're just waiting and we're anticipating when we can see it. This is different. The culture of these hashtags and other movements alike, you put your energy towards those things that you want because they're either not in production or they've been canceled or something of that nature. Hashtag bring back what was it? That stupid CW show that used to come on that James Gunn talked about.
Legends of Tomorrow?
Yeah, bring back Legends of Tomorrow. They put their energy towards that because they got canceled. What are we gonna hashtag Rebel Moon? Okay, and it's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, the
Well,
thing
they were
that
trying
kinda
to
gets me-
go ahead, Rachel. I'm sorry.
well, the thing that kind of gets me is that when these hashtags are is definitely geared towards giving making a message or making your voice be heard about what you want. And we are, like you said, we are already getting Rebel Moon. And when it comes out, we will do as much as we can to
Yes.
announce our excitement. But I think to go like make crazy hashtags for Rebel Moon right now might put extra unnecessary pressure on Netflix and Zack Snyder to release the movie without, too soon, and or release some sort of stupid trailer too soon. I want them to take their time with this. I want them to enjoy making their content, and I don't want to put any pressure on them already. I think I've already, and all of us have already tweeted. We are excited for Rebel Moon, and when it comes out, we will be watching. If we can try to get to the theater, we'll watch the heck out of it on Netflix. That's true. But I don't want to bother Zack Snyder while he's working on this. He's
Fact.
doing
I
a
like how you
great
put that.
job on. Yeah, I
Yes.
want him to take his time. He's gonna make an amazing film, but we don't need Netflix seeing, oh my God, people are asking for a trailer. Let's try to rush something out. No, 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 no. Just do it
And
right.
also, and I'll let other people speak because I've already spoken enough about it. But also, I'm just want to reiterate this. It's not common to put your energy in a bunch of hashtags towards something that's gonna come out. It's just not common. People
Yeah.
aren't sitting at home going, man, you know what, bro? I really need to put some hashtags towards this movie that's already coming out, bro. I just feel like I gotta do it.
Yeah.
Everybody, call your neighbor, call your grandma, get the dog
Who's
on it.
gonna do that? Yeah.
Hashtag make Indiana Jones 5. Like, what the fuck? It's already coming out, dude.
What the fuck? You missed the
And there's
trailer?
and there's
Yeah.
another piece to this that a lot of people don't understand. Overexposure is a real issue for a lot of movies.
Yes.
So if you are
True.
trying to promote a movie and you've done
Hurts the
too much,
anticipation.
yes, people get tired of hearing about it to the point when, okay, it's coming out. Okay, well, I guess I'll see it. Instead of being excited about this, this thing, this piece of content, So I don't know. I like I said before, and like we've all said, when there is more to rave about Rebel Moon, we will be, the first in line to say, oh, it looks awesome. Oh, we want to be there. We love Zack Snyder. But until then, until we get some more concrete stuff, why?
Right. What's the point? And also, you're so right. Like, to reiterate everything you're saying, and to Leon, the reason why you feel like you're repeating yourself is because we said this on Wednesday night. We are the first people
Yeah.
to go into length to talk about everything Rebel Moon. Go ahead, everyone who's not looking at their phones or looking at the screens right now. Go ahead, look at your top right corner of this screen. Let me know what that logo reminds you of. Oh, right, Rebel Moon. Okay, yeah. So just to say,
Oh,
one
talking
of the
about my logo.
yeah, dog, yeah,
Not
yeah.
the Necron one. No,
Yeah.
Leon.
Oh, not that Necron, that Leon's logo. So, we're very have much anticipation for Rebel Moon, but I like the way that Retro put that. Let the master like work. Don't bother him. You never like would rush Jackson Pollock to see his painting. You just wait for it to come out. So that's what we're kind of doing with this. And to further the other, like Leon's point, yeah, what is the point of putting that effort in when it's just gonna come? And even the last thing we got, right? That set photo, dude. We talked about it for an hour and a half. One set
Yes.
photo.
Yeah.
So give us a
One
trailer. Watch
picture.
what we do.
So don't come at us saying we're not supporting Rebel Moon, because that's what they were kind of trying to twist it. I saw what they were doing. They were trying to twist it, and we're not supporting Rebel Moon.
We are.
Bullshit. And I know Sky wants to cook. So anyone else have
I'm
any more
gonna say this
comments?
before you say something. One more comment, man. I want Campia and I want R&B to invite us on the show, bro. Like he tried to invite. I'm not gonna say whoever's name, the garbage individual. He cooked that dude, and he was like, "Come on my platform." That was dope.
Yes.
Very, very dope
Epic.
move.
Yeah.
Open the panel for us then. Since you want to talk a little shit about how we're not supporting Rebel Moon, we can have a good, cordial adult conversation about it. Because I would love to tell you why no one on Earth and in history has ever done what you're suggesting, but now all of a sudden you want us to do it. Get the fuck out of here, bro. If y'all ever lived through Batmania, I'm old enough to have lived through Batmania. So has Necron,
Oh, yeah.
right? And Retro, right? We the old heads, you feel me, so to speak, right? We lived through Batmania. We watched it in theaters. I was a child when I saw Batman 1989. Okay, we didn't have Batmania until the week it was dropping. You understand? That week was pandemonium. It was insane. I'd never seen it in my life. Talk about a blockbuster. Months before that, we were chilling. We were just looking at advertisements and getting hyped for a couple of days. Mm-hmm. And then when the movie was dropping that week, it was like the real life version of hashtags. So again, culturally speaking, the shit that they're suggesting just does not happen or exist. Get off our asses. Sky, you have the floor.
Oh man, I didn't watch the video that you guys are talking about because I already kind of know John Campia's history on YouTube with these types of things. This is the same guy that said Zack Snyder needs to stop it with the bullshit Justice League trolling, right? He said that the Snyder Cut did not exist. He said that Zack Snyder was making it to where nobody in Hollywood would ever work with him ever again, right? And just various things of that nature. When you are hearing people say that, hey, what's this rumor that I'm hearing that Netflix is going to buy, right? They know damn well that this was not a rumor that Netflix was going to buy the Snyderverse or what so have you, right? They know that, right? But how can they attack it, right? If, they have to find some angle, right? Because if they look at it logically, like I did, right, they would see that this is a very viable option that is very possible and it can happen, right? And that this hashtag campaign has been all about just drumming up interest on the Netflix side to let them know that, hey, there is a audience here that is worth investing in, right? Right. So you can't attack that because it's possible and it would just be a matter of if we can make enough noise to where Netflix would think that it would be worth said investment, right? So what do? You say, oh, I'm hearing that it's some kind of rumor, right, that this is happening, when they know damn well that that's not what is going on, right? No article, right, and I pretty much went through them all. No article claimed that this was a rumor that Netflix was looking into buying the Snyderverse or whatever, right? So with that being said, right, it does not surprise me that Campia or his platform took this angle. And, I just think that it goes to show still that, this is why this was so important, right? Whenever you are facing opposition like this, it is for a reason. Whenever people are trying to tell you to stop doing something, right? The people that are in the positions of power. I said this before. That Henry Cavill announcement was supposed to make us all go away. They thought that they were done with the Snyder fandom and that they were not going to have to deal with us anymore. Even if you read some of these articles early on, that was the tone, right? Was, hey, like, why haven't they just kind of gone away? That's what we were supposed to do, right? But shifting our focus and coming up with this new campaign, I think that the logic is bulletproof. So if anybody is going to go against what we are trying to say, they're going to have to take some kind of angle to make it look like we are either asking for something that we're not, right? Like I've heard, hey, they're asking for them to sell DC. Who the hell has said that we want Netflix to buy DC from Warner Brothers? Nobody has. Wait, I mean, as far as I know, no one in any type of
no one that matters
in the
from
type
our
of
side
absolutely has said anything of that sort. And so I think that moving forward, I welcome all of this new opposition that we are getting. I feel like it only makes me aware that we're on the right track. First, they were calling us delusional, pretty much, almost, but saying, "Hey, it's just a long shot." But hey, those pesky Snyder fans are still kind of crazy. And then it has been slowly shifting over to, well, this might end up being the best option now. And this is within about a week and a half. So there's no telling what we will be able to achieve if we continue to work together. This is why this movement was started, and I'm just super excited by all of the opposition that we've been receiving, because it really lets me know that we're on the right track. Because I really haven't heard a concrete answer yet about why this can't happen.
And just for the people who are watching this, like I know I get a lot of death metal people on my show. They're like going, what are they talking about? What we're talking about is my man Skiiwalker here started this hashtag, sells Zack Snyder Justice League to Netflix. And Leon came up with the second one, sell Snyderverse to Netflix. And these have gone viral in Twitter, these hashtags, like big time viral.
To the
Like,
point that they've been talked about by Forbes, they've been talked about by Yahoo,
Twice.
they've been talked about by IGN. Yeah, Forbes covered it twice.
CBR,
They've
the
been-
big
they've
one,
been-
the biggest geek
Right.
site.
So we've
this
had
is
major news coverage as well as, you know,
It's a
small
big
news
deal.
coverage.
I
It's become a
should
big
say-
deal.
it's a big
Mhm.
fucking deal, you know. So
Yeah,
this is
everybody's being forced to have an opinion. That's why Campia's opinion doesn't surprise me. Because what, like, did we think that he was going to come out in favor of this? Like, when has this dude ever been? Like, this is the same guy that literally was trying to convince you and me that the Snyder Cut didn't exist. I remember that. I used to watch this guy. I used to watch him on AMC Movie Talk. I used to watch him on Collider, right? So I'm very well aware of this guy's rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, same old. So, moving forward, I'm just looking to trigger him some more. I'm looking to make him more mad. You know?
Mhm.
Hashtag troublemakers.
Well, they kind of came
Straight
at
up.
us sideways with this, and we knew they would. But this, you know, saying this isn't a hashtag movement and saying, you know, oh, there's a rumor going around. They knew what this
Yeah.
was, and
That's, I
so
mean,
you know,
Yeah, it's disrespectful in a way.
yeah. And what Leon says is, okay, you know, you went at one guy like this because he came at you. Now you're coming at us. Give us the forum to, you know, rebuttal. Our
Real
chance to
talk.
rebuttal.
I love for
I would-
Campia to come on my channel.
You know, we get
Yeah.
sniped all the time. You know, we get sniped by the haters all the time. So,
Okay.
you know, if
Yeah.
you haters would like to pass on the you know, the information, let's do it. I would love to. I would love to get on his channel and explain everything that's actually going on, as opposed to just guessing and, you know, throwing little shots and shade. Because just like Sky said, I think those gentlemen are intelligent enough to understand like what's actually going on, you know?
Yo, none of the trades were confused about what we were asking for. I didn't see one trade say, are they asking them to sell the DC brand to Netflix? Like, right? Like, nobody said that. They all said, they all use those terms: license, lease, you know what I'm saying? Like, all those types of terms. And then we're still kind of having these conversations about, oh, is it a rumor that they're looking? No, it's not. We are drumming up interest.
We're showing the demand so we can get the supply. And that's business.
You know, if we're going to be honest, I don't think people are happy that we switched our engagement from
It
Warner
destroys
Brothers
a
to
narrative.
Netflix. Like,
It destroys a
real
narrative.
talk.
Yep.
Because look, think about this, right? I was having this conversation with Leon earlier, right? Think about this. The Snyder fandom has been labeled as toxic for years, right?
Way before we were called fractious.
As negative and toxic and fractious, right? So you have James Gunn that comes in. He's able to convince David Zaslav to reboot, partly because of this fractious fan base, right? That's so negative and so toxic. And you right, and they don't need to be serviced. They are not able to be satisfied or anything like that. And then they are convinced to reboot. And then immediately after that, you have this new fandom that spurs up that's being super positive and is well organized, right? And everybody's seeming to rock with them. And then it's like, they're almost like, hey guys, why don't you come back over here and be interested in what we got going on? Well, how about no? You told us that you didn't care about us as a consumer, right? We were toxic. We were fractious, right? But now that we've moved on and we've created our own little lane and now we're being perceived as positive, right? Yo, that has to be embarrassing to some degree. Like, especially after you were convinced to reboot because of this fractious fan base, and then we show it immediately after that maybe we weren't so fractious or toxic. Maybe it was just the moves of this studio, the better part of the last 10 years.
Facts. I can't help but see the same old analogy that I make, which was they are the toxic X, and now they see us doing better with a new partner, and they're trying to come back because they see us happy, and they're trying to ruin that again, basically. Like, yo, you can't be happy without me.
Well, we ruined their playbook. Their playbook is us toxic.
Facts. They want the Snyder fans to be known as toxic, negative, unsatisfiable. Just like me, I'm sure there's been a lot, and they've been showing out now. I'm sure that there's been a lot of people that have been fans of Zack Snyder's work that didn't feel toxic and that felt scared to kind of engage because of the toxicity that was attached to the fan base.
Good point.
Right? And so they've convinced all the Hollywood elites, like, hey, these guys are toxic and this is how they act, right? And you're not able, hey, if you give a mouse a cookie, how many times did we hear these things, right? When these things are being repeated on all these media outlets, it's not by accident. There was a narrative that was pushed. Snyder fans are toxic. They're a negative fan base. And this new movement is showing that maybe that wasn't the case. So we're going to continue to get pushback by some of these people that was pushing that, hey, the Snyder fans are toxic. And they've been blamed. Yo, it was in that Zachary Levi video. They was blaming Snyder for the Hamada burgers.
You mean the man on vacation with the people producing the movies?
Right?
Come on, dude.
And that man blamed who? He blamed you, Necron. He blamed you, Leon. He blamed you, Austin. He blamed you too, Retro. He blamed all of us. He's like, yo, it's our fault. It's our fault. Man.
I'm clutching my pearls. Say it ain't so.
Serious, yo. And so I look, wrapping it up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, yeah, wrapping it up from me. I think that's just par for the course, yo. These people can say whatever. I feel like, I have a little bit of like
didn't blame him.
A little bit, bro. Frazier's great, bro. Frazier's
you
great.
blame me.
But yeah, honestly, I feel some ownership over this thing. But the fact that they treated it as a rumor means to me that they didn't even want to have that conversation, because that's not even a real conversation. That's literally not even a real conversation.
They're trying to discredit it from the jump, dude.
If you're going to treat it like, oh, I'm hearing some rumor that Netflix is trying to buy. No, that means you're really not trying to talk about
What's
what
really
this
going
is
on?
actually about. You are trying to say, hey, this is a rumor,
Painting a
instead of
narrative.
saying, hey, the Snyder fans might have just evolved and found another avenue. No, it's yeah, I'm going to treat this as a rumor. Where did rumor come from? Me? I'm not a scooper. Did I scoop anything in that video, guys? Did I say, hey, y'all, I'm hearing that Netflix is talking to fucking Zack Snyder? Is that what I said?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Man, I'm sorry. I will relinquish the mic because this is just, it's a little personal for me
No, I
hearing
get
these
that.
things. You know what I'm saying? So,
That's why I was
man,
saying if it felt disrespectful the way they said it too. That's why I totally get where you're coming from. Totally get where you're coming from. But
Yeah, I didn't see the video, but
one thing I do
it's all
wanna,
good.
and I don't mean to skip over the RMB comment, but the other night when we were talking about this hashtag, one of the questions I brought up to the panel, and I loved everyone's answers. And now since we have our special guest Retro here, I want to get her answer. Let's act as if and when this gets sold to Netflix. Okay, what are you most looking forward to being paid off from what you've already seen from the Snyderverse?
I want to see Apocalypse and a battle go on down there, and I want to see the Furies. I want to see
Oh,
that world. I want to see Darkseid. I want to see how he takes over Earth and that whole process. I don't want to skip over that, not 1 inch of it. I
and that's
want
why Retro was
and
invited on the chat.
Hell yeah,
you
Retro,
want to show
Retro,
Granny Goodness and shit too, right? Granny
yeah, yeah,
Goodness. Oh my
I want to
God.
yeah.
see all of that. I need like 3 hours of
Granny
that.
Goodness.
Hey,
Yeah,
we might get that. We just might get that for the
yeah.
format that it might have to be. But I'm so glad you said that, and that's why Necron had that reaction, because that's exactly what Necron said.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
those were the same things I wanted
Yeah,
to see.
But
yeah.
yeah, I love that answer, and that's why that's the another part of this hashtag that Sky has restored in me, and it's my favorite part of being a fan of this fantasy world is
Yes.
fantasizing what they can do with it,
Yes.
and
Yeah,
then you
Yeah.
guys brought
that's
that
the
back.
whole point. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the whole point. Um, as far as keeping things positive, I know that's like so hard to do when faced in the middle of what seems like a perilous fight. Okay, we can look at uh a movie like 300 and really like see how that's a how we can imagine Leonidas talking to us and saying just persevere longer and harder and until you reach your goal. I mean, I feel like
damn.
one thing in particular is education. A lot of people don't know, and if they don't know, they don't know that they don't know. So I think telling people like, okay, you don't have it right, but let me explain how this is not a rumor. It's just a hashtag that people came up with inside of the Snyderverse fan base, who want to see the rest of the story that we got. That's all. We want to see the rest of Snyder's vision. And this is such a nice hashtag. It's such a positive hashtag. It's a message to Netflix letting them know that hey, there's a possibility that you have a fan base that is waiting for content for you to make. And
Yeah,
that is a powerful statement right there. And Netflix wants your time and your money. Okay, they want you to spend more time on their network, and so I think this is one of the smartest hashtags. One of the most positive hashtags that has actually gotten a lot of people who were, you know, they say that the fandom is fractious. It's actually brought a lot of people who haven't done any hashtags or any kind of interaction with the fandom for a long time back into a nice energy where they're not like yelling at people or saying mean things to other people. They're talking about, hey, this is what we want. They're putting up pictures of their favorite moments in the movies that are in the Snyderverse, and it's really kind of inspiring me. It's like every time I see a tweet, I'm like, oh man, that's an awesome moment. Oh yeah, that's an awesome moment. And we're kind of sharing this all together. I know I'm not the only one. Like
Right.
every time you see a tweet, it's like, yeah, that was another amazing moment. So it's spreading sort of like a virus in a way, a good virus. And eventually,
A
I mean,
virus
you
of
may
love.
I
The
love
antibodies. You know what I'm saying? The
it's
antibodies are being spread.
antibodies, yes.
Yes.
And I think we should, I mean, I know we've been through a lot, but I think we should be patient. And I think we shouldn't, you know, this is all like flair, I think, for a lot of people to, you know, ask these questions on Campia's show, like, oh, did you hear that this, that, and the other? And he just answers them. And he doesn't, I'm not sure what he knows and what he doesn't know. I don't know what his purpose is, but I don't think it's a factor when people who are fans are always gonna, it's not gonna change the needle anyway. The people who are listening to him that aren't fans of Snyderverse are still gonna be not fans. It's the people who are
Correct.
fans are we need them to come out the woodwork and actually believe in this again, because they've been told that they're not going to ever get Superman's not coming back. You know, a certain person's taking over the you know, DC, and it's going to be totally different. Nothing that you have had liked before is going to remain, but a whole nother group of people are going to be in the DC universe. So we needed this.
Yeah.
We needed this hope for the fandom.
So well
And
said.
I don't want anything getting in the way of keeping that beautiful the beautiful hope that's happening. And there are going to be detractors, but we can try to just
Oh yeah.
ignore the heck out of them. But at this point, like, if we can prove that this fandom is definitely not an evil fandom that is whiny babies or whatever they think about us. We're not that. We found love in something wonderful, and we want to see the rest of the darn story. Why can't we see that? It's not that we're crybabies for something that's lost. We just
Nope.
want to continue the rest of the story. And the person who made the story wants to make it.
Right. We
Leon,
know that for sure.
Leon.
We don't have to
Did-
ask him.
I'm
Did-
sitting here getting emotional, man.
well, it's a beautiful
In the
speech.
retros,
She
and this
killed
is-
it.
But-
I'm so glad that she was able to say that. We pulled
I'm
that out
Did
of her.
Zack Snyder approve this movement, y'all? Did Zack
Yes.
Snyder
He
approve this
did,
movement?
He
actually.
absolutely did.
Boss
He
had
absolutely did.
So
liked
you
it.
can take that move on crap, shove it where the sun doesn't shine, man. Because Zack Snyder
Yeah.
said, I
Bruh,
approve this message. So
They-
we're gonna keep going, boss
they
said.
literally made a video explaining what I meant with the hashtag. You know what I'm saying? Literally what the hashtags mean. And he liked it.
Yeah.
So He didn't have to do that if he didn't agree with it, because he just would have said, keeps growing. But he took the time to like it. So
Hey,
that's
Yeah.
a bit.
Zack
In fact,
certified my shit.
And look, you know, I think you know, one thing I do like, you know, Snyder Queen in particular.
got to shout out Snyder Queen.
Her work.
Shout out to Sammy.
Yeah, her work is stupendous. She's finding data and actually showing it. That's converting people. You know, or at least giving people the more power to speak up and stand up and say yes, you know, and use the hashtags. And I'll tell you something. After there were some rumors, and we all know about it, of the possibility that Warner Brothers was using the fan base to, you know, to make us do things, sort of puppetry us into different hashtags. I made a vow never to use any more hashtags. I was like, yeah, I was
Oh
very
yeah,
furious.
I was the same way. I was the
like,
same way till
okay, no hashtags
until this.
and I stopped. And then, you know, this
Can,
was
can I say something real quick?
yeah.
Yo, that was literally us. Like,
yeah,
hardcore.
dude. She was there with us. She was there with us.
No, I know she was, but I mean, like, you know, the counseling, we'll call it, right?
Yeah, we felt
as
that.
it were.
We
Man,
felt that.
even after Sky came up with this idea, right? I was the first person to say, I think we should do a hashtag event. And then everybody was like, son of a bitch.
Yo, I almost cussed
We were mad that you were right, though. We were just like, God damn.
I was like, what?
That's how much, even after this great idea, that's how much we were like, do we really want to, do we really want to do this? And I was like, yeah, we should, man.
I see that poster everywhere. Everybody's like, you know, downloaded it and has been using it. You know, to
shout out to Sammy.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty powerful, and nothing's better than the data that she's collecting. Is just beautiful.
Data equals money.
Yeah.
Yo, Sammy barely slept the first 2 days of this thing, like really taking off. Real talk. She barely slept for 2 days because she was pushing the line for hashtag sales ZSJL to Netflix, hashtag sales Snyderverse to Netflix. It was like a beautiful thing to watch, and I got so much respect for her because she was a very integral part to this whole thing really taking off. I mean, it's been several little key people that have done key things at key times. And Havoc ain't the only one. A-Pass just got on Twitter, you know what I'm saying? To help show out.
Oh yeah, I saw that on your show. Yeah, that's awesome.
Real talk, we have inspired people to make Twitter accounts. Now we just got to get integrity back on Twitter. That's my magnum opus. You know what I'm saying? I want to get integrity back on Twitter. But this thing is taken off, and it's been a really beautiful thing to watch. And like I said, I hear all you guys' messages. I've been hearing about, me giving people hope and all this stuff. Honestly, all that does is just make me focus more on where I feel like this thing needs to go. And we just been thinking of ways of how we're going to bring this home, man. I mean, I'm treating this like this is one of the most important things I'm going to do in my lifetime. I'm just letting you guys know that this is the way that this is being treated.
And honestly, I feel like the kind of good vibes that we just experienced just right now from talking to each other is where we should be leaning into. We should be leaning into this experience as a way to connect with each other, because there are probably thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people who don't understand what the hashtag is. They don't know what it is. They don't care. They hate Zack Snyder, all that stuff. Forget about that. I call them the non-believers. and non-believe. It's okay. It's all right. They're cool. Like, let them do their thing, but we've got to do our thing. Like, did you always remember the reason why we're doing this is because we want to see Zack Snyder's finished work, and if as long as we keep it, allow people to see the good that there is here, not just that, the unity that we have. So many people and friendships have been built from this.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep that going, because people will want to be a part of the group. People will like, hey, we want to be part of this cool group of people who have found brotherhood and sisterhood in this incredible push that seems impossible. I mean, for a lot of people think there's a snowball's chance in hell, but there is a chance. And I think this is the best chance I've seen in a very long time.
If there's just a 1% chance.
We have to take it as an absolute certainty.
I think we got more than 1% chance.
Oh, we got way more.
So too. I think so too.
Hey, I'm confident we're gonna bring this thing home.
I want to address this question.
I told them
from Carl.
earlier.
I figured you did.
Huh?
I just want to address this question from Carl.
Okay.
He's asking, isn't Netflix known for canceling things midway, even when popular? Aren't you afraid they might screw things up again? Or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. This would be too big to do that too. If I just feel, if they went through the trouble of licensing the Snyderverse, they're not going to cancel it midway through, because this is too big.
I'll tell you what I think they would do. They probably cancel a bunch of shows to free up money for the Snyderverse.
I agree with that 100%.
I'd expect that before it cancels midway. Also, I'll say this. Our side of the fandom, we're not afraid of anything. Fear is the mind killer. We don't operate in fear.
Yeah.
We don't. We do not operate in fear. Don't ever let fear stop you from doing something that you think is important.
Yeah,
Point
and this
blank.
is important. This is important, because what I'm thinking too is that, I feel like if Netflix sees there's a large amount of people who want to see this content, we show out like crazy for Rebel Moon. They're like, come on. I mean, they're like, we want those guys on board. We want them to see all of Zack Snyder's everything. So I think that's going to be part of the deciding factor. This hashtag to display the desire to display that we haven't given up on the dream. We haven't given up on Snyder. I don't think that's any of us here on the panel. We're not going to give up on Zack Snyder. And
never retreat, never surrender.
Yeah, and
That's the message here, man.
He has given his thumbs up to these hashtags, and that was all we needed. That was all we needed, was him to give a thumbs up to.
Yeah, man.
What's the
that
mantra?
Was the marching orders right there. The thumbs
What's the
up,
mantra
okay.
on Zack Snyder's back?
Bruh, I'm like,
if I retreat.
Oh yes.
Oh my God. It's if I advance, follow me.
Follow me.
If
I retreat,
kill me.
Kill me.
If I die,
avenge me. Yes.
Real talk.
Zack Snyder has always told us
crazy,
he ain't giving up. Don't give up. If there's a way, there's a way. If you find a way, you find a way. Just like in 300, man.
Yeah, and I think, and on Sill's channel, I think, and also yours, Sky, you described that maybe we won't get every single thing we might have gotten if Zack was able to finish off his work at DC, but it's worth fighting for the opportunity to see what he can do with what
Precisely.
might be given. So and I think keeping our our discourse again super positive, and is going to be the key here, because these hashtags are doing something to people. They're activating people. And if we can say, we can show like, hey, you need me to explain it to you again the 100th time, I will do so. This is why we fight. And just do it. I think it,
Ooh, I got a milestone. I got
Yo,
porn bots on my channel. That's the
oh
first.
wow.
you know something funny, Retro? Is Sil and I had a space earlier, Unfiltered Fridays, and he literally said that, like, yo, get used to repeating yourself.
Yeah,
And I was like, yo, I am absolutely ready to. So you're
yeah.
absolutely right. I am ready
I
to keep
heard that.
repeating
That
it.
And
I
don't,
just oh,
don't
go
get
ahead.
mad at people for saying things they're not really aware of, or if they're pretending to be not aware of. I think by the end of this, there'll be changes. People will change their tune, and that's exactly what we want. We want converts. We want people to change their to change their mind about these things, because we can survive this battle together rather than fractured. I mean, we can come together, and that means maybe some people who have said some stuff that we don't really agree with, we might be able to change their minds, you know.
that's that positivity in the we're talking about
I
right
love
there.
Retro's attitude.
I'm telling people stick it where the sun don't shine, and she's like, no.
She's like, we
Let's
might
get
have to
'em!
bring them. Yeah, we
Yeah.
might have to bring them back actually. So,
And I'm like, and I'm like, yo, we can get it done without them if need be. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gonna bring this thing home, yo.
It's
I'm
possible.
telling you, I feel it. I feel
Yeah.
it. We gonna bring this thing home.
Yeah, it's totally possible, because again, like, there are so many people I haven't seen in support. And it's been trending for days now. Every single day it gets on that trend list. So this is a beautiful thing. And
Hey,
I think the more we have, like, places where I was actually gonna see if I could do a show where I could have you and Leon come on and do just that, explain the hashtags, because I'm sure
Perfect.
That's a great idea.
my
Perfect.
audience has no idea about, maybe some people do,
absolutely,
but some people don't. They're like,
Sounds
what
like a
is this?
fantastic idea.
Yeah,
Fun.
so
absolutely.
That's great.
Hey, I know this. I told Leon earlier. If I if we able to bring this home, I'm telling you, I might get a tattoo of Leonidas, young Leonidas, coming back with the wolf on his back.
Oh,
You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
dang!
Real talk.
that's one
Straight
heck
up.
of a tattoo.
Straight up.
Real talk.
Yeah,
that's
I
if you're
might
gonna get
awesome.
a
say,
tat, you got to get that,
hey,
dude.
if
I'm ready
we
for
bring
another
this
one,
home,
so
if
I'll
we
join you
bring
in
this
that.
home, yo, I'm telling you, yo, it's gonna be. Look, we got all kind of dope stuff planned for this thing, yo. It's gonna be dope, and
Talk about your
I
trending event day, dude. So
Yeah,
I
the
can.
trending
yes,
event.
yes. 214, right? As all the Snyder fans know, 214 is a very important day, right? In terms of Zack Snyder, right? That was the original length that we were going to get with the Snyder cut, right? At a little over 2.5 hours. It was going to be 214 minutes. So this February 14th, we are holding a trending event, right? Where we are telling people to let Netflix know just how much they want the Snyderverse on Netflix, right? Now, when people are um, tweeting, we ask that they only use the two hashtags that you just saw on that flyer there, right? Hashtag sell ZSJL to Netflix and hashtag sell Snyderverse to Netflix, right? Now, let them know exactly what you want on this flyer. We got the Zack Snyder's Justice League One Emerald Edition, right? Because who doesn't want to see that Green Lantern scene? We got Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, the Nightmare movie, Zack Snyder's Justice League 3, Suicide Squad, the Air Cut, the Batfleck movie, right? Whatever you want. If you want Wonder Woman 3, if you want Man of Steel 2, it's all good. Just make sure that you type it out, but only use those 2 hashtags and make sure you tag Netflix, right? We are aiming to make this. I mean, of course, I want the biggest trending event in history, right? Now, whether or not we get that, whether or not we actually get that is a whole different story, right? But of course, I would like to have the biggest one ever. But we will be putting out a schedule to make sure that we are tweeting that we are trending all day. There will be a worldwide schedule coming out. We got some more dope promos that we are cooking up for you guys as well. So ask for whatever you want. We just ask that you use the proper hashtags, you type everything else out, and you follow the 3 rules of engagement, which are 1, be positive, right? This is the new home of Zack Snyder. We have no reason to carry over any of that animosity that we had for Warner Brothers over to Netflix because they haven't done anything, right? Number 2, do not include any hashtag fire James Gunn, F James Gunn, boycott WBD, anything like that, because Netflix has no control over WBD's executive structure. They cannot do anything to force them to make any changes or to bring Zack Snyder back. So we are not engaging with them in that manner, right? The last rule is no tagging, mentioning, or quote tweeting of WBD and or James Gunn. We are shifting all of our attention over to Netflix, to purely show them that there is a demand here and that we are a community and a fan base that is worth investment, right? We are going to show just how loud, positive that we can be. And it's going to be a wonderful day. I'm really looking forward to it. We got some dope promos planned for you guys. And hopefully everybody shows up and shows out on 2/14. Is there anything that I was missing, Leon?
I think you hit every point wonderfully and perfectly.
Like a boss.
I think that at the end of the day, what he's trying to say is use the 2 hashtags, sells the SJL to Netflix, sells Snyderverse to Netflix, with proper and professional messaging. Have fun. Say whatever you got to say in typing. But the only hashtags that will be used are those 2 new, wonderful, bulletproof hashtags that have direct messaging. We're talking to Netflix. We're ignoring Warner Brothers. We're ignoring James Gunn. We're ignoring any and all negativity. We're not even going to say anything bad about anyone or anything. This is a joyous event. We're going to talk about all the good things while my neighbor cranks up their engine loudly. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway, what were we going to say, Sky?
Yes. One more thing. Some people may ask, like, hey, why don't I include hashtags like restore the Snyderverse or release the Air Cut? Well, it's for a few reasons, right? One, this is a new movement that is not restore the Snyderverse. This is not release the Snyder Cut. This is an entirely new movement, right? This is sell the SJL to Netflix, right? And also, I think that anybody here watching this would be hard pressed to tell me with a straight face that they have never seen a very, very negative or borderline tweet that didn't include the hashtags of restore the Snyderverse, release the Air Cut, make the Batfleck movie, or anything like that. I'm pretty sure that we've all seen some very negative tweets that had those hashtags in them, right? What we are doing now is we are trying to make sure that we are um, the most positive that we can be. Are there going to be fringe people that tweet stuff every now and then? Absolutely. But we do not need any of those other hashtags that have that baggage attached to them.
No one takes it
mixed
serious when you put that in there. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kills the message.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
This
kills
is
it.
an entirely new thing, right?
Yeah, those old
And
hashtags, if I may add, those old hashtags, just to make it frank, those old hashtags are attached to old rhetoric and Warner Brothers.
Mhm.
Yep.
Is it those old hashtags were asking Warner Brothers for things. They were asking Warner Brothers to restore. They're asking Warner Brothers to fire someone. They're asking Warner Brothers this and one. We're not talking to Warner Brothers. We have hashtags that have direct messaging. Netflix. And the second hashtag that was created by myself was made to clean up any and every hashtag that you would want to use. I want the Ayer cut. That's the Snyderverse hashtag. I want the Batfleck movie. That's the Snyderverse hashtag. I want Just League 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's the hashtag. Hashtag sell Snyderverse to Netflix. The Snyderverse is representative of all those things. That's why you do not need to use any other hashtag besides the one I just named and Sky's original brilliant idea. Hashtag sells the SJL to Netflix. It's that simple. We gave you guys a bulletproof trending event.
Covers all the bases.
It covers
Covers
everything.
all the
honestly, if it wasn't bulletproof, these articles would have already been shooting it down by now, right? But if you see,
Absolutely.
they are coming around to our side and actually saying, hey, this kind of low key makes the most sense, which is what I thought it did in the first place when I came up with this whole thing, right? And so just going forward, right? I really need people to be aware of those rules of engagement when you are tweeting on trending day, because it's going to be very, very important that we focus our message and we make sure that we are very honed in. As some of you may or may not know, I have interviewed most people, or not most, but a lot of people in the Release the Snyder Cut movement. I've had a lot of behind the scenes conversations with a lot of these people. I know a lot of stuff. And if it's one thing that I know for sure, we could have gotten the Snyder Cut a long time ago if we would have been more unified and if we would have had a more unified message. And I feel like we do not have the same luxury of time on our side now. And it's time to make sure that we drive this thing home together and we're unified and we're positive, because that's the way that we're going to get this done. So
we
much
got
appreciation to everybody that's been participating so far. And I ask you guys to do whatever you can moving forward.
we have plenty of Leonidases. We need more Spartans. So
Dang.
all we need is the hashtag.
Very well said.
Dang.
Very well said.
And on to you, Leon. Anything you want to add to the conversation?
Man, it's beautiful. I've just been on messaging a lot. I've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that I can't really talk about because we're just trying to keep certain things on the low, just so that so that things can remain sort of neutral. Talking about shush, like I'm gonna say something. Shut up. Get out of here. Oh yeah, Leon's gonna be the guy.
Don't
who drops
even
the ball.
allude
Get
to
out of
nothing.
here.
You know what I'm
Get out of
saying?
here. Get out of here. I'm the last person to be. Oh, Leon, him? No. Anyway, so I've been pretty much just making sure the messaging is very, very clear. So I can come off a little annoying sometimes. I know this. I don't care though. I want to make sure that everybody understands what's happening, because just like Sky was saying, they called us fractious, they called us toxic. The messaging was all over the place. When Sky first came to me and Sil and other members of Sil Nation about this hashtag behind the scenes, we were like, let's get it, right? So the only thing I have to say is, like, credit where credit's due. Skiiwalker is that dude for coming up with this. Sil has helped us with his platform. Sammy has been putting in hours of work. Man, as if she's getting paid, bro. It's ridiculous. Like, she's amazing. I've been doing my little.
Sammy's an animal, yo. Sammy has been straight
Oh,
Diana
Beast.
Prince on the timeline. Like straight Wonder Woman activity
I
on the
do feel like
timeline. Real
I do
talk.
feel like we're on some Trinity shit. I
And
do. I
you
really
know,
do.
one
Like
thing to
Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman type shit. Me, Sky, and Sammy. I do really feel like that sometimes. It's just funny. But go ahead. What were we gonna say?
yeah, one thing to say about Sammy's tweets and even the way she responds to people. It's like she's really taking her time with these tweets and explaining things down to people and showing them data and really being thorough. I love that because
Absolutely.
I think the problem with this fan base in general and just people in a lot of people in general is knowledge. I think we've been living it for the last I don't know 2 years where we've been drenched in information about the Snyderverse, what's going on. A lot of people kind of faded out of the whole thing and they just know whatever is being told to them on news articles or big pundit sites, but they're not getting they don't know the insides like we do. I think that's something that really understand a lot. We're special in a way because we've never stopped thirsting after any bits of information about the Snyderverse. So I love the way she's breaking it down for people. Look, this is the statistics of what the hashtags are doing. I love that. This is the Forbes article of where they said, specific um, positive things about this hashtag. Just really awesome. So and I also wanted to say before I finish, I'm really super super proud of you guys, Skiiwalker and Leon, for really like coming up with this and also spearheading it. Like it wasn't just like okay, I'm creating something, but you guys take care of it. And you guys are in the belly of the beast, if you will. You're
They are.
fighting in the
Oh yeah.
front lines and taking all of the negativity. I'm sure many people are like blowing up your mentions and just saying all sorts of crazy stuff because I'm not even that active and people are doing it to me. Okay, and so I know you guys have it at least 100 times worse on the daily by the minute. So thank you so much for coming up with these hashtags and for giving of your personal time because you both have lives that you live like you have full lives, jobs, and you're still taking time out of your free time to educate people, to spread the word, to make sure that this hashtags gets the eyeballs on it deserves. So I absolutely am very very thankful for the two of you and very proud of you as well.
I appreciate
I
hearing that
agree.
big time.
I
I know
agree.
you want to say something, Sky. Go for it.
Look, yo, I've been just like, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Wait. Can I just talk to y'all on the panel as if it's just us?
I would,
Of
yeah, yeah.
course.
She
Right.
just made me
Okay.
feel like I
Okay.
didn't do my
All right.
homework,
Cool.
by the way.
That's
Damn,
because you
bro.
didn't,
We
bro.
had a
That's because you
test? No
didn't.
one told me we had a test. The fuck?
Pop quiz, homie.
Yo, you're my homies. You're supposed to look out for me.
I know, like, did I miss school?
Shit.
But
Talk to
no,
us, bro.
like,
Talk to us.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm gonna only talk to y'all about this because ain't nobody else in here, right? It's been hard for me. Like, I keep almost getting emotional, like at several points throughout the day, because I just think about the gravity of this thing and like what it's become, right? But as emotional as I want to get, at the same point, I have to remain stoic because I know that there's so much more work to be done, right? We had a fantastic start. We absolutely did, right? I think Sammy had something like 2 million interactions or like
Yeah.
impressions, like within the first few days.
Unreal.
I think she's currently one of the highest rated DC fan accounts right now,
Yeah,
as
yeah,
far as like
absolutely.
impressions and everything. Yeah,
Right. And
insane.
so, and so with that being said, right, with this thing taking off so fast, um, it kind of made us all have to scramble, and we were in a mad scramble those first few days. Like it was insane. It was insane those first few days because we were like, "Yo, like what's going on?" And then luckily, certain things just fell into place. Like the hub account just popped up out of nowhere, and I was like, "Yo, what the hell?" Like
Oh,
that's
shout out
dope.
to the hub. Yes.
Shout out to the hub
Shout out
account,
to the
right?
hub.
And then I started linking up with Sammy and Leon, and I were working together and strategizing. And me, Sammy, and Leon hooked up. And then you already know that Seal is still always in the
Shout
mix,
out to
and
Still. Yep.
right. And then everybody just kind of fell in the place where they were supposed to, and just started doing what they could to add to this entire thing. And so, with that being said, that's why I do, I said this in a space the other day when I said, that honestly, I'm kind of glad that it is us that is at the forefront. And the reason for that being is because most of us were here this whole time.
Word.
And
Yeah.
like we saw how this thing came together and fell apart,
Yes.
right? Like we
Absolutely.
saw it. We saw the infighting. I had these kind of conversations. I literally had an interview series where I was talking to these people.
Mhm.
And I'm getting like the behind the scenes information about just how this thing fell apart. Right. And so with that being stated, like I could see that there was an evolution that needed to take place. Right. We couldn't just use the same old tactics. And so trying to shift the focus of the entire fan base, like that literally wasn't even something that I was striving to do. Like that was an accident. That was literally an accident. I was just, I told Leon, I was like, hey, like, I'm trying to come up with something for Still Nation and the Mikey verse and the Cool Table family because I didn't like
Yeah, I
how
remember
they were
that.
reacting.
I remember that phone call because like when he called me, I was driving. I think he was driving too, and I was just like, "Oh no!" Or was
We
it
were
at
both
night?
driving, yeah.
We were both driving.
No,
Okay,
we were both
you're
driving,
right.
yeah.
And then we had a conversation. I think that same night as well. But yeah, we were both driving, and I was just like, "Bro, I fucking love it. It sounds amazing."
Were you
Not
both
even
on the way
knowing.
to the wing stop? That would have been amazing.
Yo, that'd have been fucking crazy, right?
But like, I'm just like, dude, this is just the impact of it. I would have never thought it would have taken off this quickly. Like all the little different things that you think
Amazing.
could occur. Because, I was like, yeah, you can ask Sky. Later on, I think a day later, I was like, imagine if this happens, and if this happens, and if this happens. I was talking
And then the
futuristically.
one thing was, imagine if Zach likes the post,
Yeah, I had told him
right?
that. I was like,
Imagine.
I said, if you can imagine, we can get somebody on Vero to get him to like this. It happened like that same day I said it. Because
Crazy.
I was talking to him in the early AM, and then that same day, when everybody's supposed to be up working and everything, it was nuts. Everything that we talked about and predicted to happen way later happened within a matter of a few days. So it was just like, dude, this is really something. It was a beautiful thing to behold happen so quickly.
Yeah, I can't wait, yo. I'm like super excited and just to bring this whole thing home. I think that we're gonna get this, man. Like I feel really, really great about what's going on right now. Um, it's gonna take a lot more work, right? It's gonna take a lot more work from us. It it's gonna take more from you guys too.
Absolutely.
But with that said, um, we are still at a state where this thing makes sense. This thing makes sense, and we're being acknowledged and we're being backed that it makes sense and it's a perfect win-win for everyone,
Yep.
which was literally the inception of this entire thing was me trying to ask what's a win-win for everybody, and this is what we came up with. And just on 214 day, just try to show up as much as you can, and we're going to show Netflix just how unified and positive that we can be. And let's just drum up as much interest as we possibly can. Let's show them that it's worthwhile to invest. That's the way that we
Straight
have
up.
to attack this. Like, we don't have that same kind of leverage that we felt like we had with Warner Brothers. I feel like we just have to show them, hey, it's worth investing in us. So I will concede the microphone. Um, Thank you, Necron, for letting me get
Oh,
that out
no, thank you.
and for highlighting this
Awesome.
entire thing.
I just want to say too, don't believe any false narratives that people try to throw out there. Like, oh, why would Netflix want to invest in this? They already have these type of fans buying subscriptions already. No, they want people watching Netflix too, not just buying it, but spending time on Netflix. That's
Mm-hmm.
part of the game. And if you get Zack Snyder's Justice League, 2 and 3, and all these other things in addition, there's going to be a lot of time spent on Netflix. So
Man, I'll gladly drop all my other subscriptions to put my money towards Netflix. HBO Max done.
think
Including
about
Already
Absolutely.
did.
that.
HBO Max. I
Already
was just
did.
about to say that.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
gladly.
think of that.
Yeah.
You know.
And Snyder fans definitely, like, when that Rebel Moon comes out, I
Oh,
mean,
We'll be
it's a
there.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and people, the whole Black Adam thing, which I'm still kind of like
Yeah.
frustrated with, because that was actually a decent movie, and it wasn't like, super groundbreaking, but it was decent,
it
and
was
it
one
should
of the
have.
better superhero movies that's come out in years,
I liked
Yeah,
it.
in my book.
I
yeah,
liked it.
Yeah.
yeah, and so it's just kind of astound me. It astounds me why the fan base did not come out for that, and the excuses was just it's just heartbreaking. So um, I think with Rebel Moon, and people being, really intense Zack Snyder fans, there's going to be um, a different outcome, and I think if we can make sure that we kill it, uh, that's gonna make this hashtag even more powerful in the eyes of Netflix. I mean, I'm sure they've already seen it and they've probably taken note of things, but
Oh yeah.
they're
Forbes.
waiting to see probably more data, because data matters, and they're also, are the number of unique individual um, tweets, are they going to equal enough revenue, or is that going to be enough people to watch his movies? And will that make a big difference to their network? And I think it will. I think that, as long as we keep up, not just ourselves, but like I was saying, kind of spread out the concept uh to people who usually don't are not vocal. And I think these two hashtags are doing that. It's doing it. It's getting the old fans back into action again. You know, MIA, now they're back. And then also, you know, exposing as much as possible the reasons why this could work, why we fight, what and like you were saying on that event day, explaining what scenes or what things you really want to see from Netflix that you know other places aren't giving to us. And I just wanted to say this one last thing is that yes, for sure, do not mention certain people and certain companies, because they don't see they use those numbers to say, hey, we're relevant. Look at, there's been you know 50,000 tweets in the last hour with, you know, with my name, so I'm just being loved, you know. And you know, and executives are not going to double check to see what people are actually saying. And Morbius is a good indication of that, of how people have taken tweets and have used them to skew the actual intention of what people are saying. And so yeah, I do not mention those guys. We're now working with a new girlfriend, if you will. You know, forget
Yes.
about that ex.
Good point.
You know,
Yes.
Move on from the X. That's what we'll
yes,
move on from.
move
yeah.
on from that ex-girlfriend.
Netflix won't hide those Rebel Moon numbers either. That's the truth. They'll be
Oh
proud
yeah.
to show them.
Yeah, that's the fun part, you know. And I think they love Zach, you know, especially from what he was able to do with the Army of the Dead, and people really showed out for that. And we just have to you know, continue to do just, you know, just that for Zach, you know, for Zach.
Right.
Mhm.
Ooh,
Right.
for
Hey,
Zach.
hey, and shouts out to Retro for using the exact same analogy that I was with the whole toxic ex girlfriend thing. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
leave the ex alone. Like, you
definitely.
know, she's moved on, right? She told you she's moved on. She's like, yo, I don't want to mess with you no more. I got a new thing going on, right? Hey, leave it alone.
Yeah,
Block their number. Don't hear from
Block
them
their
no more.
number.
stop stalking her, you know, let her be, let her find, let her hang out with her new boyfriend, you know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Let them live their life.
Exactly. Right.
And let's truly like give Netflix an honest chance, and you know, just change the narrative of, oh, you know, those Zack Snyder fans are just toxic. Well, we're not. We're good people. And
Oh
you know,
man, I love you guys, man.
there are a couple people who are a little rowdy, but I mean, on the most part, we came into this innocently, expecting that we were going to get a Zack Snyder film, and we got somebody else's film. And so, you know, that's when the tide changed. We said, no, we want the stuff that we want.
Yeah.
We paid for, and we could have, you know, I was wondering if with the new thing that they've got where, you know, a guy sued the trailer company. I wonder if people came up with a class action suit against Warner Brothers
When I first heard about
for,
that, that was
yeah,
my first question
for delivering
about Justice
faulty
League.
goods. Yeah, that was not the film that we were intended to get. And so and not saying that I'm advocating for that, but I think it's something that we rightfully feel like something unjust happened there, and we deserve a better film. And we
We
did.
deserved a real
And there
film.
was,
Yeah.
yeah, and we eventually got it. We eventually got it.
We deserve the continuation too.
That's right.
And now with the hashtag sell events, we deserve a better class of studio. Netflix, step up.
There you go.
Reach out to Warner Brothers and go ahead and get that licensing.
Yeah, I think it's just a brilliant idea, and it's a way to show maturity, evolution, positivity. What more can you ask for? And unity now, because people can of all different groups of Snyder fans can at least agree that to this. They can at least agree to this.
Why not? This
Yeah.
makes sense. Why not?
Yeah. And I was saying this too, I guess on my other channel, like if by chance you're the one person who doesn't see how this can possibly go down. Well, if you're a fan of Zack Snyder and this particular, universe that he created, at least have faith in the idea of being heard, that you still want the Snyderverse, you still want the rest of the story that was sadly taken away from us. It was right there and it was taken away. So if we could at least send that message, even if you're the kind of person who doesn't believe that it's possible, but for myself, I do believe it's possible. And there are people who have proven it. And Forbes, the money magazine, I mean, Forbes,
right?
I mean, they came out and said it's possible.
It's not such a crazy idea.
I didn't need Forbes to tell me that it made sense. I knew it made sense. I'm like, bruh, this is the only win-win for everybody. Like, and it's so crazy to see these articles say that, because it's like, literally, I was like, yo, this is the only way that we all win. This is the only way is if this thing gets sold off. Like, literally, because it gets us off WBD's back, right? It gives these other platforms some content, right? I mean, hey, they should be thanking us, yo.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're gonna get some money in your pocket. You're gonna get people off your back. It's a total win from WBD.
I think
y'all can go ahead with your alternate universe, right? And nobody's gonna be upset, right?
Yeah. Everybody wins. You're not going to get fire James Gunn's anymore and all this stuff. It's clean slate for them to start.
And here's something that I always, when I hear people say, but I'm like, okay, the argument that the Snyderverse movies would compete with the DC movies. I don't understand how. First of all, I thought we were a minority. So how can we compete?
Exposed.
Yeah, I mean, we're not big enough to compete, and most likely people will see both. But we're smart enough to know that there's a difference, right? It's like looking at the main content on that we consider the main content on Netflix, and then seeing the Warner Brothers version. I mean, we're just gonna look at both of them. I mean, there's no way that that's gonna be a competition. Now, if they wanted to, they could put a clause in there that, hey, we have to have the movies come out on a certain timing so they don't clash with each other directly. But people who are seeing things on Netflix are also going to the movies. So what's the problem?
Sky actually has a great yeah, go ahead, say your thing that you say.
I was just about to say this. Retro. If anybody at WBD really seriously looks at this thing that's on streaming as competition, then why in the hell did we reboot in the first place, right?
Exactly.
It makes no sense, because You literally told me that this thing is not viable. There's no fan base. We can't make any money, right? And then if somebody wants to come buy it or license it and pay for that, and you're going to tell me then that it's competition, that literally makes no sense. So, I don't think that the competition angle will be much of a thing, seeing as how already DC has already licensed out shows to Amazon in the animated medium, and they're going to have animated stuff on their HBO Max. Is that not competition? So it doesn't really make much sense. There will definitely be licensing that still takes place under DC.
Yeah.
Let's start wrapping up, ladies and gentlemen, because I believe me and Austin have to get up early and do a stream tomorrow. Is that right, Austin?
Yes, sir.
Before I forget about
Wait a
that.
minute. So am I not invited? Okay, all right. That's what's up.
All right, Scott, come on, bro. I didn't know if you were working or not.
That's always an open invitation.
You already know. Yeah,
I never work
everyone
Saturday, bro. I worked one Saturday within like the past fucking 6 months, and everybody like, "Oh my god, I thought you wasn't gonna be on Saturday." This is crazy.
While we wrap this up, while we're talking about it, tomorrow, we'll probably do it around 11 a.m. Eastern or noontime, whenever these boys are awake. And we will do a special playoff edition. We talk about the Saturday playoff games, and we're going to go over the Monday night game. Now, if you want to hear about Sunday's games, come back to the Good Countdown on Sunday with Sil. But special Saturday edition tomorrow for the Saturday games.
Awesome.
So appreciate you for that little promo. And appreciate this panel. Appreciate Retro being here and
Retro,
talking on that
tonight.
Yeah, getting your opinion in on the hashtag and everything that's going on is definitely appreciated.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, because I was definitely wondering what she was thinking. I was like, "Yo, man, if
I wanted
Retro kills my hashtag, I'm gonna cry." I was like, "Yo, if she gets on here and she kills my hashtag, I'm gonna cry off stream." Real talk, But I'm glad she didn't kill my hopes.
Oh no, I actually mentioned it when I got to your message on my stream. I tried to explain it at least. And then I realized a lot of the people who watch some of the retro community people, they're probably like, what is going on? So I had to try to explain the whole thing. So, but I think it's important to spread the word. So, behind the scenes, we'll talk about, doing something where you and Leon can explain in detail, like what this means and again, I like the phrase "why we fight."
But me and Austin, we'll hitch a ride too and just hang around, if you want us there too.
Yes. I didn't even think about it. Maybe boom, the whole cool table. If you guys are all available,
stuck my way in.
Let's go.
I mean, I was gonna have you guys on the show anyway at some point, but
let's hit the ride, dude. Let's ride the coattails. Let's go.
No, Austin's the graphic man too. He's putting in work behind the scenes. So
oh my god,
for sure.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I like
I'm the dude actually on the bench.
Yeah.
What's up?
This guy's stupid.
But yeah, actually, I'm down for that. I'm down to join you guys to talk about the hashtag on Retro's channel for sure.
Oh, awesome. I really appreciate that because I really want to show people, explain. I want to try to explain to people what's going on here. There's a lot of people have no clue and no idea. A lot of people are barely aware of the merger. They're completely out of the loop completely. So if we can like somehow shorthand it for them and say, no, the Snyder, especially prove like the Snyder fans are not toxic. That it's really got like old cliche stuff. Like we're actually fighting for a good cause, And here's what these hashtags are all about, because there's a lot of the narrative from a lot of these um, publications it's just scathing sometimes. They just get it all wrong. And at least there deserves to be some sort of like gentle explanation as to why, why it's all wrong, and why, again, why we fight.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wise words.
Thank you.
Retro. Such a
I just love
great
this
guest to be on the
community.
panel today.
Yeah, I just love this community, and I do absolutely love the idea behind the cause. Now, what it is that we are fighting for, which is Zack's vision.
I mean, that's why
And
we're
I think
talking
there are
about
more people.
we're talking about 300, a movie released in what, 2006, 2007, because we love Zack's vision so much. So don't tell us we only care about DC, Zack Snyder, and these things. We love Zack Snyder's vision, and we love DC, and you put those two together for us, that's like crack peanut butter and jelly sandwich for us. Like, damn, this is good.
Yeah,
I
and most
want
of us
more of
aren't
this, and
crazy.
I want a finished version of it. The real
Yes.
thing.
Yes. And the whole idea that we're all toxic and we're mean and all that stuff. I mean, that's further from the truth. There's been more friendlier souls here than I have ever encountered. Just people ready to make acquaintance with you just by seeing your name in a chat. And just the friendliness is out of this world. And I think it's really important for us to show that side and just ignore the heck out of those other people, because in the middle of a fight, and you see people yelling, it doesn't even, and screaming at each other, you never know why they're doing that. You're just like, oh, look at those two crazy people over there, let's stay away. And we should change the narrative as like, no, welcoming people in. This is the way, right? Somebody who was it that said that on Twitter?
Me.
It was like
This is
Bud
the
Rock
way.
was doing it a
Oh,
bunch
on
the other
Twitter?
night too. Yeah, somebody was doing it in Sky's chat too.
Yeah,
Mandalorian.
this is the way. I love that statement, because this is
I was
Yes,
saying on the
that
panel
is
too. That's what I
Mandalorian.
thought you meant. But yeah,
yeah.
this is the way.
And it's like, we should be welcoming more people in, because we're stronger in greater numbers than we are in what we've been called a minority. Let's change that that stupidness. We are a great number of people. We are legion. We are strong. And I think we've got to concentrate on getting new blood into the fold.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Damn, you're about to get me running through another wall right now. Let's fucking go.
Let's
fucking
go. Well, you know what? It's so easy, because this is great. This is positive. This is like, I mean, it's just inserting so much energy into the fan base.
Absolutely.
And just look at all the tweets when you click on sell JSL to Netflix. You'll get these incredible tweets of people just sharing their love, and it's out of love that this is happening. And so I think we should keep it to that love throughout, and stick to it. We love Zack Snyder's incredible works, and we want to see what he had planned for the Justice League, and it looks like it was going to be insanely good. And we want to taste some of that, Snyder sauce.
Shout out Necron for that one too. Yeah.
Yes,
The Snyder sauce.
Give us the Zack crack.
Give us Zack crack.
Totally.
So,
agree,
does
Retro.
anyone else have anything to say before we do our final sign out here or anything? Want to go around the panel real quick?
I can't follow up what
I know
retro.
I'm not even gonna try.
I'm gonna keep it honest.
Leon,
Hey, I'm good though. Wrap it up, my brother. The Retro
all
did a
right,
great job.
yeah. And Austin, I think we talked about football, so we're good for tomorrow.
We'll see y'all in the morning. We'll see y'all in the morning. That's all I got.
Bright-eyed and bushy tail, I suppose. So
Let's go.
I want to thank everyone for coming in on the channel tonight, because this is my usual fare. Y'all, if you ever watch my channel, it's usually death metal videos and all this shit. But I appreciated this. This is actually one of the funner shows I had. So thank you. Thank you,
Thank
panel.
you for having us, bro.
Thank you, chat. The cool table will show up here more often if we can
Hell yeah.
unite the table. And again, Retro, thank you again for showing. And let me play my outro and we will be out of here. I just gotta find
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Thanks for being here, Retro.
Oh,
Bye,
thank
chat.
you. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you, Retro.
Thank
All
you.
right,
You guys continue the great work.
#CelsiusJL to Netflix.
guys.